Want to test the sound and all and everything?
Let's check on that.
Okay.
We don't want to join this.
Hmm?
Sorry, we don't want to join this.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, I think you have the other one open somewhere. Just go down. It should the menu should. Yeah,
Okay.
that's what happened when you already started. Yeah.
Right. So this is it. Okay. I should be able to look at it here, right?
Yeah, the YouTube should be able.
Okay. I can hear the voice.
Can you hear it?
Yeah.
So just test the microphone. So.
Testing. Testing. Can you hear me? Testing. Testing. You can hear me? Testing. Yeah, I turned it on. Testing. No, I turned it on.
Okay. Wow. Somebody. Oh no, it's off.
Oh. Testing. Testing.
Try it now.
Testing. Okay. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Testing. Hello. Hello. Testing. You can hear me? Testing. Yeah, I turned it on. Testing. Testing. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Testing. Hello. Hello. Testing.
Not even that. Hey Raj,
Hey, how are you?
I won't be able to attend next week.
Okay, but you can do online, no?
Hmm?
You can do it online.
I have a meeting at 7.
It's okay. This will be recorded.
Yeah, I'll watch it afterwards.
Right?
I come mainly to
Network. Yeah.
network, participate, listen, enjoy.
That's what we want to have. Yeah.
And I'm tempted to cancel, but this was a meeting that was scheduled like a month ago.
Okay.
All my Wharton people are coming, and
Oh,
I feel
great.
bad to just skip it.
No, that's fine. Actually, you should come. Okay, guys, lunch is dinner is ready. Bolo, कैसे हो? Hey, how are you? You worry about whether the quality of what you're writing.
Yeah.
Is okay.
I thought I need to read the whole thing.
Okay.
I really appreciate your giving back
Giving back.
to the society, guys.
Well, the thing is that ultimately you should do what you enjoy. And I enjoy entrepreneurship. This thing gives me a chance to, and I always like the early stage entrepreneurship more than
stage you would come?
Yeah. By the time you get to late stage, it's just another company. But early stage is a lot of fun. There's a lot of creativity.
Challenges are interesting.
Challenges are interesting. Every personality of the entrepreneur can make the company evolve in different ways and everything. So that's a lot more fun.
Everything is like a living organism.
Living
They have their own
organism,
life and
and it's like you have full freedom to explore different paths. For example, like I was advising one entrepreneur. There's a very successful services company in Dallas. It's already up to $200 million. You own just 100%. $200 million. That's $30-40 million profit. And now, all the assets in the company. And a lot of people come to him and say, why don't you sell your company? And so, that you should hire a big time CEO to run the company. And then you will go. And so he ended up hiring a big time CEO for Fortune 50 company. But within 6 months, this guy wanted to get a piece of the company. He's going to grow the company.
See,
Yeah.
yeah.
So, they put a lot of pressure on you. Yeah, they don't want to do a family.
Yeah.
None of us want to do it.
Yeah.
Especially a high technology user. So, on the consent, equity and things like that, and the whole company is going to change by doing it. So in general, like I've always run my companies where I want to try to get bigger and options to everybody should have options. But in this specific case, I said it's not that easy to build what you build without any organically funded. No debt, no investor, nothing. And
His life on that.
that is life on that. He knows how to put it inside out. Just enjoy running this business.
Yeah. But regardless, what do you get from the CEO? In return, what's the risk?
$1 billion company, $1 billion company.
Yeah.
So, basically, in this particular case,
Yeah, he can very well spin off and start other companies, right? Like product companies.
it's your personal,
You people have full control.
full control. So sometimes, like, you have to give contrary in it. It's not the advice that I would
You
say
would generally
here.
give, yeah.
With this group, I would.
I have a question for you. Oh, I didn't really
No, that's
So I have a question about last time I was talking like when you were talking about the business model times the revenue part, right? And then one thing that you said that you focus on the value, what value you are generating. So that is one thing I hear a lot that focus on the value that you're generating. And
I don't know. It's
No, it's about the BNC.
It's the BNC question that I have. So the question is that I hear about a lot right now. Focus on the value you're generating and don't focus about how you're going to monetize it. But I mean, at least there seems to be a lot of people who are saying they are, but
In a sense, high value, you will monetize better.
that is the hope with which many companies seem to be started now. But there are many companies which have a lot of, I mean, So except for things like we always hear about companies that have monetized it well, like Facebook, LinkedIn, and so on. But there are many companies who have generated good value maybe, but they haven't figured out the monetization yet.
That's true. Like Facebook has not figured out for a long time.
Yes.
Amazon, I would not call
Yeah,
it.
they are monetizing quickly.
But Amazon didn't go with, I think that's their model.
Yeah, they're a retailer, online retailer. So retailers always interested.
It's very clear.
They're monetized. Because they charge you, 5-10% more than. But the thing is that you wanted to keep investing at the same time. It's the investments that are more than their
Revenue.
Yeah, revenue.
P&L, right? It's the investment. So there's difference between a company losing money on their P&L versus a company that is investing from a balance sheet. Balance sheet means you're growing the base so that you can collect revenue on a bigger base. Right?
But my question was more about that a lot of companies nowadays seem to be saying that no, let me focus on the value. Let me focus on the value. I'll figure about how to monetize it.
Yeah, like Twitter did that for the longest. Facebook did that for the longest. For 4-5 years, they did it. Like for when they bought WhatsApp for 20 billion.
Yes.
Right now, you talk to Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg. He says that we start focusing on monetizing only once we have 1 billion users. Right?
It's all good, right?
Everything's good.
I'm ready.
Thank you, Andrew. You may want to check every now and then. No, we're giving you an invite on YouTube. Do the invite on YouTube. Come on, let's get some food also. Yeah, so the thing is that, you have to decide on your
I'm not in a company. I want
Do you have time now?
Not, let me set it up. Yeah.
Hi.
What do you do? Aspiring entrepreneur, starting a small startup.
For analytics. So they have good analytics platforms, right? Yeah. In the cloud also they are trying to get something like MS Office. They are cloud marketplace in terms of yeah, for software, right? We have everything. Yeah, but we also talking about it like yeah, for
Okay,
software.
Give me a minute.
Yeah.
So, I think maybe you don't know my name, but hopefully you should.
Oh, Acha.
Yeah, I sent you a couple of tweets
Okay.
because I had no access to the class content.
To the
And
class
then
content?
I have been fighting for last three days.
You don't have access to the portal?
I had no access. I just got it today at
Oh, you
noon.
got it today?
At
Okay,
noon, but
okay,
it took me 3 days to get there.
Okay.
So I had no
Time
idea
to get the
of
homework.
anything done.
Okay, that's
So
fine.
I just wanted
think-
to, because sometimes what happens is I send you a tweet, you say यार कोई ऐसा ही मेरे को
No,
tweet
tweet,
करो.
I don't look at it that often.
And I send you a friend request. Then
Yeah.
I wanted to send you a message. I said, well, it says if you send message to Raj, it will go into his other folder. I was like, I don't know.
Okay.
So I had no mechanism to. I mean, I know people that you know, but I didn't want to then take it too much.
That's fine. So what I've done is I've actually extended the submission by 2 more days.
Okay.
So, maybe tonight or tomorrow.
I would have seen you a week back. Did you host the party for Rishi Kumar?
Yeah.
Yeah. See,
Oh, you're from Saratoga?
I'm not from Saratoga, but I know Rishi.
Okay,
So
perfect.
I did a little bit of, not a whole lot, but a little bit of work for his campaign.
Did he win or lose?
I think he won. There are 3 people.
Because he was leading only by 70 votes.
No,
There were still some votes left.
Well, I don't know. My impression is he won, but I don't know for sure because he also put it on the Facebook that a lot of votes have yet to be counted.
Yeah.
But the last tally was like he was 3rd out of the 5.
Yes,
So-
he's third. Yeah,
so I'm
he's in the
assuming-
top 3.
Yeah, so top 3 go through. So I'm assuming that hopefully he wins.
Okay. Good.
But anyways, I applied for the party, but I said, result ही नहीं आया. What am I going to go and do there? I mean, I just felt like guilty. I don't want to go and celebrate ahead of time.
No, it was not a celebration. It was just like campaigning is over.
Okay, because the invite said
Because we also decided
election-
not to celebrate it.
Okay, yeah.
Because Rishi said that it's bad omen to celebrate before the time.
Right.
It was just like, okay, at least we did a good job of campaigning. Yeah.
Anyway, so then I'll attempt the homework. And,
Absolutely,
I send you a friend request on Facebook, but I wanted to make sure. See, typically I also don't accept people who I don't know, but I wanted to
On
tell you.
Facebook, you said it?
Yeah. Parth Shah.
Okay, send it again.
Okay. Yeah. Because I know you know me by face, but
Yeah.
मेरा picture नहीं है वहाँ पे and nothing is there.
Why don't you post it?
Well, I don't know. I didn't post my own picture on the profile. It's just Sachin Tendulkar's picture.
Okay.
So I wanted to because I don't
You stay low key.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just Facebook is in a good and bad. You have to be very careful in what you say and what you don't. I mean, world has become fanatic.
It has become fun.
You express your opinion, and that opinion gets misconstrued, and then people are watching your back, and who is writing about what. And it's a really difficult. It's a fine balancing task.
I think you got to figure out what's postable on Facebook. You put certain kinds of material people don't.
Well, the point is,
Take it very
I have
seriously.
my views, and the problem is people take objection to views. And typically, I just post something which is very generic,
That's the right
something
thing.
which is already a published thing, so that way I don't get in any trouble if someone already published it. Because the point is, while I have my views, I never really feel that it is taken in the right way.
Yeah. And you shouldn't do that on Facebook.
Yeah. No, Facebook is a very slippery.
It's not the right platform to do that.
I'm the same person from Gandhinagar. That's why.
Oh, yeah.
Now you will remember. I mean, my parents live there. I studied there, and I studied in Ahmedabad and Gandhinagar schooling. Okay, so then I came here to Purdue and to Purdue, and then I came here.
Great.
So I just wanted to. It's you meet so many people. We all meet so many people every day. So it's difficult for everyone to remember everyone. But now,
But you know, we are here for 6 weeks.
yeah. So,
So
anyway,
we'll
it takes
connect.
it
We'll
takes.
connect.
But yeah, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thanks.
He's a 24 hour founder of now founder so they have already said we're working on we hope to launch it early next
Launching next quarter. Wow. I am. You would. That's the thing, right? Will depend a lot on No, I didn't join anyone. I tried other people to join me, not here. But I can't find the kind of developers that I need. I interviewed many people. They just lack the background that I need. And yeah, that's the thing. So, first you have our 10, 15 years of networking, programming experience in JavaScript and Linux. So I could find people who had that background but not in networking domain. So I explain all the protocols to them before we can program. So I want somebody who has done an application development for the cloud computing and the networking domain. Networking and then on top of 5+ years of cloud computing. Very precise field network and cloud computing and SDN and if you understand all the stuff.
same good as you see every patient. So disturbing ones. So, we serve
Okay, guys. Okay, let's. Hello. Hello. Okay, let's kind of go through some of the preliminary stuff before the class starts in 5 minutes. So I think almost everybody is probably here already. Enjoy. No rush. Okay. Okay. So Suparna, do we have spare batteries? We need batteries. Mr. Ranjit Pancholi is here. Welcome, welcome. Hello? Okay, perfect. Okay, so let's get started. Just some logistics first. So a lot of people had, most people had, I think 70% of the people had problems uploading the homework. So let me kind of go through what the problem was. I think you guys waited till the last minute. So, so basically, if you had done it a little bit earlier, you would have seen select a file, click on that, and it'll automatically say upload your one file. And the file had to be all in one file. The entire homework had to be in one file. The second thing is, if you look at the time on the right-hand side, it says it was November 12, 2014, 12 UTC. And actually, UTC is Universal Time Code. Compared to PST, it's 8 hours ahead. So I was not careful about setting the exact time. I wanted to make it 5 p.m. today, but I didn't properly pay attention. So it became 4 a.m. today instead of 5 p.m. today, right? So what I've done is I've given everybody 2 or 3 more days till the 16th at 12 p.m. UTC, okay? 16th is, so it'll be around, Saturday night. If you finish it off, you're fine, right? Class 2 homework is required by, let's see what I did. Okay, I made it, I made it actually, I did it pretty good. So I did it for 19th at about 5 p.m. 19th about 5 p.m. Okay. So it's actually, so that should work out. So by next Wednesday, try and get it done by 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the evening. Okay, so let me tell you how the system would work. So if you look at it, I can look at it as a student view, or I can look at it as a staff view. So when I look at it as a staff view, I get a couple of extra buttons here, and one is called grade submissions. That's the reason why I want all of you to submit it using the system, because it goes into the cloud, and then when I click on grade submission, guess what? All your homeworks are right here. Yeah, I'm sitting on week 2, sorry. So if you go to, so you can see that the people who have submitted their homeworks are here, and obviously more than 14 people have submitted, but I think we still have about half the class is not submitted. So if you posted it or emailed me or Suparna the assignments, just go ahead and upload the file, okay? And the advantage is that I will be able to actually give you your grade right here. You can see that I'll be able to enter your grade here. If I have any comments, I can annotate it right on your file and send you the comments right there and upload it so that you'll get it back. Okay? Yeah.
When I tried to upload the file, it actually showed me 16th November, and it also showed me Bharat. When I selected the file, it said error uploading the file. It was a 100 KB PDF file. So I emailed it to Suparna.
Oh, really? Okay. It's a special case, maybe. I think a Word doc might have taken it. No, it should have taken it. We'll take a look at it. Okay.
I uploaded the file successfully, but I don't see my name.
It could be there, should be there. I went through pretty fast. Is it there?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I didn't.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, there, right. No, it's a pretty good system. Okay, so basically all the grades will be there. And so, and these grades, then we port it over to a spreadsheet. You see I have added a new tab on the portal called Student Grades for ESV 201 Homework. So if you click on that, and you click on the second tab, I've created a Google Drive file, and that's immediately shows up as a web page, HTML page, and so all the grades will be here. So I would recommend that you all should at least check that your names are in this list. It should be there if you already are signed into the portal. You should be there. So that's basically the grading system that we've got. Okay. But so there is some big advantage to being, having a cloud-based grading system. And it's pretty nice, actually, because it would be pretty difficult to manage hundreds of files coming through email and all that. While here, at least, it's all organized, and it's easy to, click on a file URL and automatically download it and then work on it and send it back to you guys. Okay? Yeah, it's a EdCast system. Yeah. So that's actually a Silicon Valley startup, a Thai startup. And actually, it was a company that was started by IIT Bombay students about 2 years ago. Basically, EdCast is an open source MOOC platform that MIT and a few other universities work together to develop. And then they just offered the whole source code. So there's 4 or 5 IIT Bombay students 2 years ago started a company to make it, productize it, to make it user-friendly so that people can actually, professors can start classes on, offer classes on that and so on. And then one of our Thai entrepreneurs, and some of you might already know him because he was a speaker last semester, Carl Mehta. So Carl Mehta was looking at getting into distance learning, and he found this company, and then he just bought them out. And so he bought out that development team and the company and their idea. With Carl Mehta's reputation, now he's raised $6 million, and the platform is beginning to look pretty mature because all of you guys are using it. I use it for all my classes, and my IIT Bombay class had almost 400 users, out of which 250 people were submitting the homework and things like that. There's a professor who's a very famous person, and he's giving a class on some environmental technology or something, and it's a full MOOC course, and he's got 15,000 students worldwide that he's teaching through the EdCast platform. And then quite a few universities now started standardizing on their platform and making it available to all the professors, because I went to IIT Bombay, and though they have an IT system that has been homegrown based on the Microsoft, Windows platform, it is so primitive compared to a cloud-based system like this, that you know you that you just realize that there's been a leapfrog in this whole area. So the cloud has come along, and these cloud-based platforms are completely obsoleting all the client-server platforms, educational client-server platforms that were there in universities, and where they've got IT departments, like IIT Bombay's got IT department with 20, 30 dedicated developers and all that. They cannot develop something that is competitive with this. How do they monetize? So they've got a good program to monetize. So for Thai and for me, they're giving it free. But generally, they charge $1,000 per course, any number of users. So, if there is a university that signs up, then at any given point in time, like 30 professors might use it for a semester. So they'll get $30,000, which is nothing for the university, given this platform. And, but over time, their whole goal is to actually sign up more and more universities so that all professors now have a tool for making their content online ready and then MOOC ready. Because I think if you look at MIT, almost, I think all their courses are now MOOC. So anybody can pretty much take any MIT course. And I think that's going to become the wave of the future. Another aside on that is that Government of India just gave a contract to a professor at IIT Bombay, a 300 crore contract to basically go ahead under Modi. It was sitting in the doldrums for about 3 years under the UPA Raj. But under Modi, within 2 months, they gave a 300 crore contract to basically take all IIT courses and make them available for any professor in any Indian university to use it. So all the content that, IIT professor, he's the best of the best, and he's teaching 25 students. And if you think about it, it's a government organization, government is paying the salary, government land, government buildings, and 25 students are getting the benefit per professor. And basically, like, I think the message from Smriti Irani was, it doesn't matter whether they get it or not, but the material should be accessible to any student who wants it. Finally, like, he'll do what he'll do with the material, but at least they should not be shut out of knowledge, right? So
started supporting the videos also, like video for your classes.
Well, the nice thing about videos is that we are doing Google Hangout on air.
Edcast has started supporting that.
No, they are not doing the live video streaming, because my feeling is that in this day and age, having run a previous video streaming company called Dino, you don't want to go head to head with Google. And this Hangout on air is so amazing in terms of its functionality, and it's available to everybody right off the bat. I mean, we've got this Hangout on air going, and there can be unlimited number of users watching it. They will automatically scale. I'm streaming it out. We're streaming it out at HD quality, but they will stream it. They'll ratchet down the bandwidth to whatever is compatible with the local network in your Pune or wherever you are watching it. And it's a complete free application, and any live streaming event can be 8 hours long. So how would any private company compete with something that's free, that's so good? Just cannot even think of competing with that. Yes. If you just think about it, if India is giving a 300 crore contract to build a MOOC platform to IIT Bombay professor, it's a big market. I think according to when I had a chat with Dr. Phatak, he said that he expects, education to pretty much move online. And there's going to be the grading and the kind of testing and all that will be what universities, go ahead and monitor or kind of manage. But the actual content is going to be all online. And so education as we know it is changing. And I think that's why I think the opportunity is very big, because education is such a big market. You're right. I mean, it doesn't have to be college. I mean, very soon there'll be school teachers who will want to do it, right? Absolutely. Okay. So we talked about, so last week, the homework we talked about, and I think the videos have already been prepared and uploaded. I just have to move them onto the week 1 section, so it'll all be there. Okay, let's go to week 2. So today we are basically going to cover marketing, all aspects of marketing, product marketing, public relations, branding, global marketing, a little bit of viral marketing. I mean, we're just going to cover the whole gamut of marketing. Obviously, marketing is a pretty broad topic, so we're going to try and learn marketing using my experience in marketing, because after I finished my MBA in 1980, I essentially got into product marketing at Intel. For 6 years, I was product marketing at Intel, and 2 more years at another company, and then was VP of marketing, and I took on sales at my first startup. And then, for the last, so in a sense, I've been doing marketing, business development, sales, PR, everything for the last 25 years with 3 different kinds of companies. So I just want to kind of share with you, how marketing can become a great success factor for a startup. And companies that essentially go ahead, most startups are not started by a marketing person typically. They're started by some engineer or so on. Sometimes marketing people will start it, but generally it's a technology startup, at least in the Valley. So I think combining technology people, technology founders with a marketing / business / sales kind of founder, co-founder, I think gives you an amazing edge in the marketplace. And that's what I want to share, because with you, based on kind of the companies that I was involved with. Okay, so we'll do that, do some viral marketing, and then we'll talk a little bit about, what's different between an entrepreneur and how he takes his decision and runs his businesses and so on, and how does a corporate person do it. There's a significant difference, and most people are probably from the working environment and so on, are not entrepreneurs straight out of school, so they all assume that things have to be done in a certain way. But an entrepreneur, the way he does things are slightly different. So it's something that we spent a lot of time last time, but I just want to kind of cover it in the context of the 3 startups that I did. And then these are the assignments for class 2. Okay, so we'll talk about virality, and then we'll talk about marketing issues. Okay. Okay, so just a quick overview. For some people, it's a repetition here, but essentially, I've done 3 companies with 3 totally different characteristics on many different parameters. So if you look at from technology standpoint, one was a semi company, the other was enterprise software, third one was a consumer play. My fundings were also quite different. The first one was angel funding, about $1 million or so. Second was and kind of co-founders put in all the money. Then it was VC money, and the amount of funding less than $1 million, 35 million, and about 10 million. And customers also, there isn't any similarities between the customers. One case it was PC manufacturers, other case it was kind of IT services, CIOs, etc. The Global 2000, and then entertainment companies. Products were different. The teams that I worked with were very different. So first company was all Chinese. 80% of the company was Chinese. So it was only in the marketing and sales side that I had non-Chinese people. But if you look at the second company was half and half, US and India. Last company was mostly Indian, mostly US. So in the first company, we never lost money because there wasn't much to lose. And when you are self-funded, you become extremely good at making money, because it's just your whole mindset is very money focused. You'll trade off explosive growth for organic growth, and sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not so good. With Selectica, we never made money, but we had a great IPO. And then with Dino, with Dino, I think we were on our way, and you're going to see the story a little bit later. But we just kind of ran out of steam, ran out of money, and got into some real competitive stuff that was in one way my mistake, but there were other issues too. Okay, so I just wanted to summarize kind of the common things in these three companies, because all of them are entrepreneurial, and I was looking at what are the things that I do from one company to the next company, even though they're so different. What doesn't change, right? So the first one was being responsive to the market, listening to the consumer, listening to the customer who's going to buy. That never changes. I don't think you can have a startup that does not listen to the marketplace, does not listen to the consumer. But the key is to know who to listen to, because there are consumers that will tell you go one way. There are CIOs that will tell you to go one way. There are definitely industry analysts who will ask you to do something or the other. But the key is to know who has that nugget that really tells you what's happening in the marketplace. That understanding that is really the whole key to being responsive to the market. Because if you listen to anybody and everybody, you're going to be confused. You won't even know what to do. But once you find the right person, and there's a name that Steve Blank gives that person, it's called early evangelist. Once you find that person, now you're on the right track, and you can move very fast, because instead of doing market research and slow ways and analyzing data and so on, you get the answers. But it's just like getting the answers, cogging, right? I think the next one is also fundamentally make or break for a company, which is product development has to be fast. You've got to have a team that is a grade team, and one that has great teamwork, that works very well between the marketing, the management, the customer, the feedback that's coming in from the salespeople, the engineering. It's got to be a very well integrated company, because a product development team. Because product development in a startup is not engineers writing code or engineers designing a chip or whatever. It's like engineers who are thinking of what they're doing, also listening to what the feedback they're getting from the marketing person. The management is keeping his ears open and saying, oh, Intel's going to do this, AMD is going to do this, IBM is going to buy this. This is a new industry standard that's coming out. This is the platform that's going to evolve, and this is the speed at which it's going to change. But having an engineering team that kind of works and can handle this kind of a dynamic environment where information is coming from every direction and deliver things as required, that's what, in my opinion, is fast product development. And you're going to see, how all of that about great teamwork, because that whole fast. Yeah, go ahead, Ranjit.
Back on your early strategy part of it, finding the right nugget out of this chaos of information. Give us some pointers on how did you get to that thinking?
Yeah, so I'll give you specific examples from the companies that I work with. So that's a very difficult thing to do, but as the founder, CEO, or just a co-founder, that's your job. That's the job that the founding team has got, to know what is the right thing to do, at any point in time.
Is there a process for that? Is there a process for that, or is it just a feeling?
I don't think anybody has written a process down, so to speak, but and it's probably where that needs to be done. But I'll search for a blog or something, because basically, and I'll give you specific examples of how I found or who I found, right? Competition, I've given you the book to read, The Sun Tzu Art of War, and it's just that, there is going to be competition. If there is something that's a good market with good profitability, good growth, good, roadmap, there will be competition. I mean, there is no such open space for anybody left, right? So, so knowing how to compete itself is an art, and there are ways by which. So, typically, the most important thing is to segment the market, nichify it, and be the best at one niche, then the next niche, the next niche, then it's like playing Monopoly. It's like it's like going ahead and building up, all the pieces that you need in order to then take the next opportunity that's out there. And then, the next is actually more about personality of the company. Which in my opinion is that it needs to be resilient. So because there's going to be a lot of failures, sales is going to find it very hard to sell in the beginning. Every time they go, you've got the best product, and yet the customer doesn't buy. Then you got the best price, and the customer still doesn't buy. Then you got, because there are many facets or many reasons why somebody buys something or doesn't buy something. And as a start, you not lose faith in your team or your product or your vision and so on. But every failure is a stepping stone to learning, which will take you to the next step, right? Personalize your customer relationship. This is mandatory. You're going to be selling to people, right? You sell to people. So unless you build up customer relationships with the people who are going to buy your product, it's going to be very hard to sell. And if you can't sell, you can't succeed. So, and there are going to be situations where you have sold them something and your product is not got the full functionality done or whatever, has got some limitations. You're going to need to get some time from them to fix the problems that get there. And so it's like customer relationship and interpersonal relationship is what will get you the extra time, get you the extra opportunity to get there. Total transparency. A lot of people don't get this one, and that's important because, Human beings, a startup is all about being productive, having your team be productive. If your team is worried that, they don't know everything about what's going on in the company, they're not going to be productive, So I think, in my opinion, what I've learned best is to just be open with the situation in the company. And by being transparent, you basically kind of, it's very empowering for the employees to feel that they're part of this family. And so that, they end up taking the right decisions when you're there. And finally, the last one is,
You mean transparency to within the company, not to the customers, or what are you talking?
yes, within the company. Yeah. In fact, you want the transparency in the company, because if you told everything to your customers, they won't buy. Maybe, mostly. But the thing is that your employees need to be mature enough to handle the transparency. So what you have to do actually is to continuously educate the employees in company meetings. So every company meeting was, in a sense, psychotherapy, where you are educating them as the CEO and as the founding team or whatever, executive team. You're continuously educating them as to how to take good, mature decisions for the company, right? So, for example, like say you've gone ahead and not finished writing all the test vectors that are needed for your chip. And if some of the bigger companies buy, they all want 99.9% test coverage and things like that. But to write that might take a year or so to get there. And so basically, like, if your test engineers just went ahead and blurted out the truth that the test coverage is only 62%, no big company is going to buy the product, because your chip is one of a motherboard, which is part of a PC, or computer or whatever, which might break, right? So the bug in that 38% that you're not testing might make the whole system fail. And the customer doesn't realize that, the chances of failure are like, 1 in a million with that extra 38% coverage. And if you're selling 1 million chips, yes, there'll be some failure rate, but somebody's just buying 500 chips, 1,000 chips. It's not that big a risk if you have only 62% test coverage. So, but if people just look at, if you go to a QA guy and tell him that at your customer place, and the test engineer says, I've got, only 62% test coverage, you'll never get the order, right? Because the QA guy will not be authorized to let you ship the product to him, to his company, because he's got to follow the process of the company. So the thing is that you and your salesperson and your marketing VP all know how to answer the question, right? All know how to convince, maybe not the QA guy, but to convince the CEO of that motherboard manufacturer or PC manufacturer that, I've got a roadmap to get to 99%. I'm committed to get to 99%, but the risk right now is not so much that you should not build your first 500,000 computers with this problem, because the other benefits, the price benefit I'm giving you, the time to market advantage I'm giving you, etc., is more than worth it, right? So the business person at the company will make the right decision, but so if your test engineer is not mature and doesn't understand what you're doing and why you're doing it, he can blow your company, he can destroy your deals, right? So nobody's saying that you want to hide anything from the customer, but the question of, like, who you talk and discuss where you are in your product development phase, right? Because the management can make trade-offs. The QA guy cannot make trade-offs, right? So you've got to understand, how business approach to something can actually overcome technical problems. You guys get it? It's very subtle. A lot of people don't get this if you're an engineer. That, how can a businessman solve a technical limitation of a product? And this is how, a business people solve the technical limitation. You buy time, you provide a roadmap, you provide okay, 1,000 chips, 38%, what are the chances of you getting a bad chip are like 0.001. If that thing happens, then I'm willing to pay, $1,000 to go ahead and have you swap out the motherboard or whatever. So you provide a business solution to cover a technical limitation. Right? So this is something that is very important as an entrepreneur to understand how to use business mindset to overcome technical limitations, right? Okay. Anyway, so total transparency, teaching the team to learn, all this is something that you have to do continuously. So during the weekly Friday evening, afternoon meetings, or beer bus, or whatever you have, which is your informal meeting, they're all an opportunity to educate your team in a way that will make your company successful. Yeah.
The early stages of companies, what percentage of the time we're spending on more internal building, basically empower the troops to go out to war versus external selling, raising money, customers.
Yeah, I think in the early stages it's 7/24, and it's on demand. You're on demand. Whatever problems needs to be solved, you have to solve. Like 7/24. There is no, you can't say vacation time, weekend time, whatever. And when money is needed, you got to have the foresight that this time money is going to be needed. You got to go and see that problem doesn't happen. Then you need sales. You got to see the sales problem. So you can't. You got to have that BMC live in your head. That BMC is so good because it is the one thing that ties all the moving parts of that company together. And that BMC, in a sense, we didn't know the word BMC till I started reading Steve Blank's book a year ago. But to me, the BMC is what we were already doing, because I had in my head, okay, there's this much money left, this is what our fab is going to ask for. This is the payment that's going to be required. I can get money from these customers on an early basis. I'll have to go and get these sales done if I'm going to get this kind of revenue 2 months from now. All those are the moving parts. And as a CEO, co-founder, CEO, I'm just using it as a generic term for kind of the leadership of the company. That founding team needs to be in sync on that model that represents your company. And I'll talk about one of the things we did not finish last week was a very important section, which is how do you make that founding team be in sync? Because the founding team, as we said, is going to be an engineer, a marketing guy, a management guy, somebody else, another technology facet that's needed, etc. So 4 or 5 people, but how do you keep them in sync? Because all of them can make or break the company. The whole company can bust if one of them, goes non-linear, right? So, so basically, the approach that we took at Selectica and at Opti and this is that we basically came to the conclusion that it was so important that the founders be in sync. We said that every Saturday from 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. in the morning, the founders will get together at the company every Saturday and have an open-ended meeting, which can go from 2 hours to 8 hours to 10 hours, whatever, till every concern and every issue that any of the founding people have is agreed upon with a consensus agreement. See, a lot of problems occur when the founders don't have enough time. Like some people are quite articulate. Other people, you're going to pull the problem out of them, right? So, but just if you solve the articulate person's problems, it's not enough. You got to extract the problem out of the guys who are inarticulate, but still have problems, but refuse to talk about it. You have to pull it out, get it on the table, get everybody to, give their opinions or prejudices or whatever else, whatever the thoughts they have on that issue, and keep, brainstorming it, discussing it on the whiteboard, looking at options, pros and cons, whatever it is, till you have a unified approach to addressing the issue. See, that is, and we did that for 4 or 5 years at Opti. Yeah, go ahead. Sure. Yeah. So basically, we made the decision that no issue would not have a consensus decision. So it's agree to disagree, but it'll be still a consensus decision. And it's not shut. It's not a permanent decision. They are free to raise it the next Saturday, or the next Saturday, or whenever. They can keep raising it as long as they wanted, and there's no time limit to the discussion. And we just said these are the rules that we set, because we decided that it was very important that the founders don't have any discord among them, because if the founders have discord, then the company becomes highly political and highly confused, and you're not working as one company against the enemy or the competition, or to get the job done for the customer or whatever. You're not working as one entity. If the head is confused and fractured, then the body, which is the company, is also going to be completely disoriented. And in a sense, the reason why as a small company we succeeded against monsters, huge companies, is because, we were if there were 20 people, all 20 were marching in the same direction. If we were 100 people, all 100 were marching in the same direction, against companies that had 500 employees or 100 salespeople versus, our 5 salespeople, and we would still win, right? So, and things like that. So basically, this is a very important technique that we developed and used to address the most difficult problems successfully at Selectica and Opti, and also at Dyno at some point. Okay, so in a nutshell, the approach that I used was, I used the globalization as at the heart of my strategy. But let me come to this a little bit later, because we need to move on to kind of the role that marketing will play in your respective companies. See, marketing is very interesting, because it is the management process that binds everything together. It does not sell, or not directly selling. It doesn't actually design, but it's like the general manager who goes ahead and identifies what needs to be done, figures out and anticipates where the industry is going, what the customer requirements are going to be, what technology developments are happening, and puts all of that together, and then figures out how to solve the customer's requirements, right? So it is a management process that is actually kind of the brains of the company. And it's actually, I would say, a very good stepping stone to people who want to move to general management and then, president, CEO, etc. of a company, because they understand kind of the business of creating a profitable entity, right? They understand it's like even if you're a product manager of one product line inside Intel, which has got 100 products, you're like a little general manager because you understand everything about how to make that chip of yours a profitable little entity, business entity, right? So, and basically the marketing person works with these 4 parameters: the product. We all understand what the product is. Something that is not very well understood is pricing, because pricing is not about having the lowest price. It's understanding how price can be used to maximize the short-term, medium-term, and long-term profitability of the business, right? So price is actually a very dynamic factor. Sometimes you can optimize the short term. If the company is running out of cash, you better optimize for the short term. But if if you have an opportunity to maximize for the long term, which is what people like Google does, or what Microsoft, the big companies, do, now you can really have a new weapon against a whole bunch of other companies, because most companies are worried about quarterly results. And if you can figure out a way by which quarterly results are not important, as Google has figured out, and they just tell the Wall Street, we don't care about quarterly results, right? That is what Larry Page has been saying since the time Google went public. And that was their strategic weapon against people like Microsoft and everybody else who might be behemoths, but they're worried about hitting the quarter. All of a sudden, every department in the company has to worry about profitability and things like that, while the Google product manager can execute strategic business plans, business strategies. They can be strategic about things by, making decisions to buy YouTube, for example, or decisions to invest in Android, or decisions to invest in driverless cars. I mean, they are basically giving their product managers the flexibility to do strategic optimization rather than short-term optimization, right? Now, every company doesn't have that luxury. And go ahead.
Yeah, I have wondered about that for quite some time.
Yeah.
Because I've listened to all these earnings calls.
Sure.
Google and Tesla stand out.
Yes.
In terms of their almost borderline indifferent attitude towards analysts. Why aren't other companies following? Because I know it is an impact 1 quarter, 2 quarters, whatever, but somebody has to make a decision saying, like Microsoft, when they went from Windows to cloud, they could have said, hey, I'll be investing a lot. From now onward, I'm not doing any quarterly predictions on revenue. Why didn't they do it?
Yeah, so basically in my opinion, it's all about, your reputation with your investing community. The people who are your investors, the shareholders that own your company, right? They own you, basically. But it's your relationship with them. So if you look at Elon Musk, he has a reputation of creating breakthrough products. He's done it now 3 times, right? from PayPal to SpaceX to Tesla and things like that. So, now when he decides that he's going to put in a $5 billion battery company, who else would do it, right? And if any other company whose revenues are like $1 billion and he's putting in a $5 billion battery plant. Now, only Elon Musk, if Elon Musk suddenly died in a car accident, Tesla would be toast because it would not have the credibility of Elon Musk to go ahead and take these bold strategic optimization of revenue game plan. So actually we had a case like that when I was in the PC industry about 20 years ago, where there was an amazing company where they were one of the earliest in the PCs to come out with the PC and so on, a compatible PC, and they were taking off like a rocket. And the CEO ended up, he loved to drive fast cars, and he crashed his car and died, right? And he died, and 3 months later, this fast flying, one of the top 2-3 companies that was supposed to succeed in the PC market, like Dell, the whole company died. So the way I look at it is, even Google, right now, the investors are betting on Larry Page and Brin's credibility that they can strategically create more wealth than short-term optimization of quarter-to-quarter revenue and profits. So it is just, it's just that that they've succeeded in getting that credibility. Yeah.
But comment, I think you were saying the same thing. I think it will, for a visionary founder, it's much easier to do what you're saying than for a professional Wall Street.
Yes.
Many companies that you see, Wall Street CEOs, they're trained to make Wall Street happy, whereas professional visionary founders, they can make long-term bets because they make the best long-term bet when they start as a company.
Yes.
Jeff Bezos till today.
Yeah. He's still getting away with it. He's getting away with it, right? Yeah, you're right on the mind. That's exactly it. Anyway, so product pricing, we talked about the fact that, pricing is something that has to be really mastered, and it's more a skill and more an art than you can, of course, do a lot of analytics and so on, but really as a startup, you don't have the tools and the data and the history to do analytics. So it becomes intuition as to how to price. And we'll talk about some of the pricing strategies that I took. Place is how you get the product out there. And even that is as an entrepreneur, you have full flexibility in all the 4 Ps. Remember, you can do what you want. You're the boss. You can decide how you want to define your product, which market you want to take it into, how you want to price it, short-term, volume discount, all kinds of decisions. It's up to you. There is no rules that were set by some top-down person or historically as to how something should be done. And then promotion, right? So how you get your product out there, all of that is in your hands, right? So that's a lot of things to master there. Just to be very clear about the difference between selling, marketing, and branding, I would strongly recommend that everybody read at least this one paper, which was, kind of the paper that kind of changed the industry, the marketing job almost. And it's called Marketing Myopia by this Harvard professor, Theodore Levitt. And basically, he showed that consumers don't buy on feature set. Previously, till 1960, till he wrote the paper, like Coca-Cola was regarded as just a soft drink, right? But if you look at it now, Coca-Cola appeals to your emotional state, right? If you look at cars, Tesla doesn't talk about the technical features, only the technical features of the product. It talks about a lifestyle choice, right? And so the whole concept of marketing changed with his article on marketing myopia. And with branding, I think we've got in our backyard Apple. It's the greatest brand ever. And essentially, it comes with a lot of responsibility. And that's why, in my opinion, Tim Cook is finding it so hard to bring out new products. Because he is, in my opinion, paranoid about damaging the Apple brand by flooding in products that are not the same quality that the Apple brand stands for. For him, it's like, I might make $1 billion more if I introduce, phones with a curved screen or whatever. But, is it really Apple brand? Is the brand going to be damaged more by introducing something before its time or whatever? So Steve Jobs, in my opinion, could take the risk because he created the brand. So he understands the brand of Apple a lot better intuitively than somebody else like Tim Cook, who's now got to worry about, who kind of forces the organization to develop products to meet the mythical standard of Apple brand. So it's a plus and a negative, because when if you look at Samsung, they don't care. They just introduce product after product after product, low and mid range, whatever. And they just, a new product is done, launch it. Launch it in this market, that market, whatever. And while if you look at Google has kind of taken the same approach. They don't even launch products for 3 years, even though they're out in the marketplace, right? Gmail and all these products are still not launch products. They might have 100 million users, but Google has not launched them, right? So Google gave a completely different approach, and it doesn't mean that they don't care about quality. I think we all love Google, right? But on the other hand, they took the approach that they want instantaneous, direct market feedback every time for everything as soon as possible. They're not going to. They want to be an inventive, fast-moving company, and that's their positioning. And that's why, they can flood the market in hundreds of different product lines and fields, while Apple, the world's most valuable company with $600 billion market cap, can only come up with 4 products a year. I mean, isn't that amazing? Obviously, each of them is a blockbuster. But I look at those, I think they've got close to 20,000 or 30,000 engineers. And to be only allowed to launch 4 or 5 products a year, how painful it must be for the engineering department and for the marketing department and for everybody who's working there. It's painful. I personally like to get customer feedback and launch new stuff and see the excitement in the customer's eyes and so on, because that turns me on, right? But
There's no joke that when Jobs was alive, there was only one product.
yeah, exactly. Yes. Okay. Okay. Quickly now, we'll go into the marketing things, because I think this is interesting, because you're going to learn specific things that you can do as a marketing person that you may not have thought are possible to do, right? So here, we built the world's largest chipset company in 5 years. We really had less than $1 million. We were a semiconductor company. A semiconductor company, by the time if you ordered $5 million worth of wafers, you need $5 million. If you ship $5 million of chips to a customer, he'll pay you after typically 45 to 60 days. So you need cash flow, and it's typically semiconductor companies are cash flow driven companies. And here's $1 million, with less than $1 million, we decided to be a chip company, semiconductor chip company. And these were all our competitors. They all wanted to own the chipset market. But in 5 years, we became the world leader. 25% of the market, had all the companies from the biggest to the smallest, and took the company public. So the question is like, how do you do that? So, the first thing that we did when we started the company is that I did and this is why marketing is important, because, only marketing can have insights, I'm not saying the engineers can have product insight, technology insight, but the marketing person can actually visualize the future, right? So basically, since I'd been in marketing at Intel and chips and so on, the big companies who are my competitors now, I knew that, every time they develop a product, they're going to give it to all the big American and European companies. That's going to be, and their goal would be to get IBM to design in their chip, or get Compaq to design in their chip, and so on, or HP. And basically, the Far East manufacturers, people who make Me Too products, clones, etc., they would be given the cutting edge products 6 months to 9 months later. So they wanted to give the big companies, a chance to establish, the name brand product, the marquee product in the marketplace first, and then the clones can come in afterwards, right? So that was the game plan, that all the big companies, and since I'd worked there, I knew that was their plan. So when we came up with our cutting edge chip, I made the conscious decision that I'm not going to even spend 1 day selling the product to IBM, Compaq, any US manufacturer. I said, you guys are not going to get access to these chips. And I told the Far East guys that, look, I've got the best chipset in the marketplace, but I'm not going to sell it to the big companies right now. I'm going to sell it to only you guys. So here's your chance for the first time in the industry to be first to market in a new PC category, with the fastest PCs and the fastest this and that. And, first of all, they were shocked that, somebody would do that. You have the fastest chip and you're not selling it to all these big companies. And, we said, nope, we're going to sell it to only you guys. So, and this is your opportunity. And by doing that, the first time I took my chipset, and we were just about 8 or 10 employees then, we developed our 386 and 486 chipset. I had about 10 or 15 motherboards, test motherboards ready. And, I'd ordered some 5,000, 10,000 chipsets. And I went to Taiwan. I used the strategy. I visited, the top 10 manufacturers of motherboards in Taiwan. And I came back with 7 of the 10 people committing to use my chipset. So it's probably the most successful sales trip ever, where here's a company that has got no sales force, no test engineers, nothing, just a demo board, and I booked 7 out of the 10. And what I did was, 2 months later, was Comdex. And Comdex, there are 100 motherboard manufacturers who are scattered all over Hall A, B, C, D, and so on. And I knew that most of those 90 other guys, besides the 7 or 10 people that had signed up with me, are going to be struggling to have a 386 33 megahertz motherboard or a 486 motherboard. So what I did is I made, a no branded 100 boards, and I just went to these companies at Comdex and I said, do you want to offer a 386 33 megahertz motherboard or a 486 motherboard in your booth? Because everybody would like to have the latest and greatest product. And I said, but it's $5,000 and I only take cash. So, I mean, on the spot, I sold to 90, Comdex, uh, uh, Comdex people, exhibitors, boards for $5,000 each, right on the spot, cash. So we had a lot of money to go partying and gambling in the very first Comdex. But, the impact was crazy because essentially what happened is that at Comdex, all the resellers of PCs, from Kansas City and all these cities from all over the world, they come to Comdex to find, the motherboards and the piece on which they'll build their PCs. And they went to all 90 of them, and everywhere there was only Opti motherboards for the top end product. So instantly, after developing our very first chipset, we became the industry standard. And my revenue went from 0 in the first year to $25 million the next year, with $19 million of profit, because essentially, all the people got orders from the resellers to make 100 PCs, 1,000 PCs, 10,000 PCs or whatever. And, there was no other competition. And, essentially, we just, became an instantly recognized successful company from that very first event. Yeah.
As you think about sort of that distribution model,
Yeah.
arguing about it, channel partners versus another approach, maybe going to one or two large US vendors. So how did you make that decision saying, I actually want to go broad, which is with a much larger entity and perhaps give up more, but have de-risked some.
Yeah. So it's a very good question, because that's really the approach that almost 99% of the companies would take. And that would have failed completely for me. The reason is because in all the big companies, buying semiconductor chips for a high volume PC product from a company that has got no money in the bank, semiconductor company that has got no money in the bank, I'll fail the CIO's test, I'll fail the QA guy's test, I'll fail the marketing guy's requirements. There's no way I could have gone and succeeded. I was not viable on any of the parameters on which a big company buys. So it would have never worked. Engineering might have liked me, but the product would have never gone into production at the big company. And this is something.
Basically, you wanted cash for the party.
There you go.
I just have one comment to that.
Yeah.
That's actually a good question. What I have found is when you go after customers for doing business with the larger companies, I can bet 99% of the time information will go to the current.
That's another.
So yes, what happens is they really value the deal, and then they're going to say, "Oh, I'm going to do." So that's the reason I want to go continue to win deals, because customers go and tell them I want this and that, and delay the startup.
Right.
Yeah, that's another very, very good point. Yeah.
What was your secret sauce in the product development that you are able to get ahead of other system manufacturers and getting a motherboard ready?
Yeah. Very good. Very, very, very good question. Point. Right. So basically, there's something. So here also, basically, my engineers came up with a brilliant idea. Right. So the brilliant idea was the following, which is Intel was coming up with faster and faster microprocessors, and Intel wanted to make their microprocessors into the highest performance PCs. So they wanted, very sophisticated cache subsystems to go with the fastest microprocessors. Now, so what my engineers did, and this is what's great about Taiwanese engineers, is that, they are always looking for quick short-term hits, right? So go to Fry's. Look, you can find so many, USB hubs and this and that, but they're all got a tweak here and a tweak there and something, they all got some angle, right? So I had 3 Taiwanese engineers who were my co-founders. And these engineers came up with the idea that why don't we go ahead and integrate the simplest cache controller inside our chipset. And because it's the simplest cache controller, what we will do is we'll have a much larger external cache. So it's a direct map cache. It's not a two-way cache and things like that. It's just a simple direct map cache. And so the logic for that is very simple. And so what they did was, so while all our competition from Chipset Technologies, VLSI, Intel, WD, TI, all of these big companies had big teams of 10, 20 engineers that they had hired from DEC and mainframe companies and so on to develop a sophisticated cache controller. My engineers with about 200 gates popped in a direct map cache controller, which for most applications automatically provided a 20 to 30% higher performance. So they basically engineered a very, not the optimum solution, but they engineered a solution that basically works. Again, that's another reason why a big company would not have taken me, because a big company, even the engineering department is very sophisticated. It's full of all these PhDs and so on, right? And they would have said, "Oh, direct map cache controller." Oh, they'll say, if you do Excel with this kind of user experience and all that, it's going to be slow. While really, for most benchmarks that we ran, direct map cache was way up there, right? So basically, the engineering team actually came up with a very easy, quick solution that gave me, something that was first to market, 80 to 90% as good as ultimately what the solution would be 9 months later. But they gave it to me right now, right? So that's how I ended up getting an opportunity. But so this was my first launch, and essentially the launch really gave us a lot of benefits, right? We got branding, we got distribution, we got money in the bank. We had 20 million in the bank of cash, and just after the second year, we did not need funding again, ever, So the next year we had 65 million in revenue with $37 million in profit. And then we had 100 million revenue with another 30 million profit. So we were just flowing, money was just printing money, right, at that point, just printing money. And and you'll see how the money comes actually very soon. But then what I did was, after the first win, now you need to build on it, right? It's like I got my first win within 6 months. Everybody figured out, all the competitors figured out a strategy. So now it was like you're the one with the bullseye on your back, right? Well, not Chips with the bullseye on the back, who had 80% of the market. It was Opti that was taking all the profit and so on. So we had the bullseye on the back. So we had to continuously evolve our marketing in order to not lose the time to market approach that we made our success factor, right? So what we started doing is
You mentioned basically you were the encouragement in the market, so to speak, right? That you decided not to sell to the big guys and go after the forest guys who probably had never seen someone getting the priming product selling to them.
Exactly.
So did you were you met with any skepticism, or you're obviously new, and who are these people and can we actually trust? How do you build a credibility that the product is actually something we are we should go for it?
Yeah, very, very good question, which is, credibility is the hardest thing for a startup, especially, look, Indian guy selling to a Chinese guy, don't understand his language, don't understand his culture. I'm a vegetarian. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I'm so different from those Chinese guys or the Hong Kong guys or the Singapore, because I sold everywhere in the Far East. I sold to Korean companies, Taiwanese, Hong Kong, Singapore, and all these 5 countries. So, uh, so the approach that I did was really to recognize that and figure out, like, how do I get them over their concerns, right? So basically, my approach was to essentially take demo boards, like all my competition, and traditionally all semiconductor companies. Every time they launch a new chipset, they would drop a 100-page manual or 200-page manual on this Taiwanese engineer or Korean engineer's desk, and the guy doesn't know English. And they'll drop that on his desk, and they expect people to spend the time to learn their chips and so on, and then design it in and so on. So I said no manuals. So I got rid of all manuals, and essentially, I would actually walk in just with the board, with a board that's basically a standard PC motherboard, and tell them, try it. And that was my selling tool. So, proof is in the pudding, right? You don't care about how the pudding is made and all that stuff. You just don't taste it. Same thing here. So I sold using demos or demo products rather than technical manuals and things like that, right? So I changed the whole, and you'll see that what else I did after that, because essentially, we ended up changing the game so completely that it completely baffled Intel for about 5 years. Chips and Technologies actually went bust. Here's a company with $200 million in the bank. They own 90% of the market. They created the chipset market. 3 or 4 years later, they are bankrupt, right? Because they lost everything. Because they could never change to the speed at which the game was being changed. They tried. Finally, the marketing salespeople say we cannot sell. The sales comes down, and nobody designs in the chips. And finally they do investigation. They say, oh, we have to make motherboards and demo motherboards. By the time they make that, we have done something else. So basically, they were completely blown out of the water because their marketing, sales, and business strategy could not evolve at the speed at which we were evolving. We were evolving the whole game. Yeah.
So I don't understand the semiconductor technology or business threshold, but generally speaking, there is always a concern of when you are attempting to sell in China and Taiwan and other countries, including India, they could just easily copy and run with it. So that's
very good point. Yeah.
So I don't know in your case was it technically feasible or not, but generally that's one of the
it's you're raising an excellent point. And remember that a lot of our engineers were Taiwanese, and they had all aspirations of starting their own company with their cousin who's sitting in Taiwan or whatever. So, I mean, we had situations where we would release our chipset to our fab, and the same night, our entire database for our chipset was available everywhere in Taiwan. Because our engineers would ship one chipset schematic or wiring diagram to the fab, but its next keystroke, they send it to their friend in Taiwan who's sitting at home trying to come up with a competing chipset. So it's a fact of life. It's just so the thing is to realize that you can't fight IP theft in a global market. America is trying. I mean, Cisco is trying. With Huawei, etc. Have they won anything, right? So the point is that you ultimately have to win on the business front, right? You have to win on the business front, You have to accept the reality that things like this will happen and can happen, and you don't want to have it happen all the time. So we would obviously stop it and do a lot of things to slow it down and so on. But the thing is that if it happens, it happens, and you still got to figure out how to win in the business. And ultimately, you've got to create a brand, because brand is not easy to copy. So Opti brand became very important. So you take the old standard marketing approach, tactics, branding, then you use volume pricing, because we already had so much volume. We had so many test engineers. We had so many relationships with resellers building up, so that the reseller would only buy Opti motherboards. So this guy buys, a no-name Taiwan chipset motherboard, basically, the reseller won't buy it. I mean, so basically you have to fight the battle, knowing that IP theft, especially with the Far East, is a fact of life. I mean, Google suffers it every day. I mean, all big companies suffer it every day. But they still, use other marketing tools, because marketing is not just product. It's also pricing. It's also promotion. It's also branding. It's also, so you have to use every marketing tool in the bag in order to continuously win all the time. Yeah.
So Google and Apple obviously is a different game. The company, Google did marketing slightly differently. YouTube did marketing differently before. In taking your case, right, I think big companies from the startup perspective, I'm great. Those guys have lots of money, they can do a lot of different things. From a startup perspective, and as you went through this, from the 4Ps perspective, which was the main thing that helped you? Or which was product that we could leverage versus the replacement strategy you did, or was price that I leveraged?
Well, as you'll see, it's totally dynamic. It's totally dynamic. And as a marketing person, you have to be a master of using every weapon in your bag. Sometimes you use product. Sometimes you use pricing. Sometimes you use time to market. Sometimes you use, a promotion, So you have to use all of that continuously in order to keep, the game going. And so initially, obviously, we use product with time to market, right? But then, as you'll see, we have to use other strategies, because at some point everybody figures out what you've done with your product. Product copying and engineers are very, very good at, quickly catching up once something is done. So you can't stay with that. So you have to come up with the next marketing strategy. You have to work with the BIOS vendors, with the partners in order. That's why you look at the BMC, there's partners, there's infrastructure, there are so many, the 9 different parameters that you can play with. So you can play with short-term profit versus long-term profit, because now we had lots of cash in the bank. So we could enter a market at a very low price from day one, while our competition was, would have to earn their way to, so they would have to sell it at a high price in the beginning, because they don't have the depth of resources that we had. Then we went public, so we had even more cash. Then, by the time our 3rd or 4th generation chipset came, I said that, now we flip the game on the Far East manufacturers. And instead of selling to the Far East manufacturer, I sold only to Dell and HP and Compaq. So I completely flipped the game on them. And, you play every game in the book because, if Far East manufacturers, some Far East manufacturers started using clone chips of Opti, I would stop supplying. I don't have to face antitrust in Taiwan. Just because you ask for a chipset, I don't have to give it to you. There is no antitrust laws in Taiwan. So I can play their game too. I can play that game also. So I have to play every game under the sun. As an entrepreneur, you play every game. As a marketing guy, you play every game. that is appropriate to at that point to succeed.
In very, very early stage, you think it still holds always in different ways? Promote product comes first or promotion comes first?
Well, I personally think that, you will, got to have something in your product, in my opinion, right? The product has to have something. But then how you spin it, how you position it, how you build your customer relationship, and how you get credibility with your customer, all that is up to you, to the marketing genius that you have, right? Yeah.
Do you use your popularity to increase the prices of your products, and whether it's a good strategy?
Absolutely. You'd use everything because it's all about profitable business, right? So basically, we would always get a premium against a no-name company. So once Opti became a brand name, we made an additional 10-15% margin just because we had the quality, just because we had the reputation. But with the reputation, to keep the reputation up, we also had to hire engineers who wrote that 99% test coverage. We had to buy some expensive $1 million Teradyne testers and all that because we wanted to have reputation for high quality. And then, I wanted to break into the big companies. And that's why I used my money to invest in these $1 million testers and had a much bigger facility, manufacturing facility, to do incoming QA and all kinds of stuff. So, when you're building a company, there's no secret cows. But it's your job to make it work. It's your job to make them for you, right? At that point in time. And then, 6 months later, something changed in the micro environment. You got to make it work at that point in time. So you got to make your BMC, your business model, work for you at every point in time. Yeah.
So in the beginning, when the product is not very sophisticated, you have quality issues, and you do not have the right equipment to
Yes.
test. So how did you get traction even with the product?
Yeah, that's why it's a very, very good question. So basically, one reason not to provide those technical specs is because nothing to measure you against. On the other hand, what we started doing, but what we did was, we made the final product work better. So what we did is we went ahead and instead of giving customers a technical spec, I would give them a manufacturing package. I hired the best motherboard designers to design the product, build my prototypes here, put them through all kinds of testing here, and then wherever my chips had some deficiency, I put in the patches, additional capacitors, resistors, timing, whatever it is, or BIOS changes, or whatever it is, so that as far as the customer is concerned, his product worked flawlessly, right? So it's not that, I ship him a buggy product, but I ship him a buggy chipset, which has got fixes that makes everything work perfectly. So that's an acceptable solution too, right? So basically, if your software has a problem or your system has a problem, you can say that it does not meet the technical specs, so you do harakiri. You don't do that. You basically will find a solution so that it's still a perfect product.
So,
Whose child is not perfect? Tell me.
so as far as your
We are all perfect, but in only some people's eyes, right? Yeah.
So as far as your client was concerned,
Yeah.
it was a good one.
Of course, has to. Because if it doesn't work and consumers are returning back the PCs to the reseller, you'd be finished anyway, right? But essentially, what would happen is that Intel and chips and others, VLSI, they would write a big spec of, the guard banding, all the signals and all that stuff, plus minus 1 second, nanosecond, this thing, and so on. And test engineering would do that, and then they won't get any yield, and then, they'll go through another fab, right? Another cycle. And my approach was, if it misses it and the system has a problem, let's figure out how to solve it. Maybe not at the chip level, but at the board level. There's nothing wrong with it. But that's because I didn't give the technical spec out. Now, yeah, go ahead.
So you talked about, in the newer versions, you click the strategy, and instead of 5 manufacturers, you chose Dell and HP and
Yeah.
Intel and other guys. Part of the success of the whole company depends on all the relationships you build with clients, manufacturers, and the ecosystem you build around it, which you kind of chose to break.
Yeah.
Did it?
Yeah. So that's a very, very good, insightful question. The important thing is to know who you're breaking your relationship with. Taiwanese are opportunistic people. The customer himself is opportunistic. I'm not breaking relationship with somebody who's like a, non-opportunistic, long-term thinking, strategic partner like IBM or somebody, right? With all of these companies, they got long memories. They're like elephants with long memories. The Taiwanese are like rats. I'm joking, but it's a fact that, they're opportunistic. So they understand, only short-term thinking. They forget the past very quickly. So, even though, if they found a cheaper chip than my chip, they'll drop me in a second also. So my customer himself is opportunistic. So, it's not that, he's saying that, okay, I broke a relationship, and they get it too. It's like they're still my best friends. So no, it is, they are still my best friends. But the thing is that, again, what I'm trying to say is that in business, you've got to know, when to apply the rule. There is no sacred rule. The rule depends on the circumstances. Okay, make sense? Yeah. Yeah, it's the circumstances. So just as I said that, a bug in a chipset can be solved with a business solution, right? Very, very good insight. So basically, like, I had a natural advantage since they were 80%. My 3 co-founders were Taiwanese. I could take them to Taiwan with me. And I would leverage the fact that even though I'm VP of Marketing and Sales, my customer was always trying to go around the VP of Marketing and Sales and talking directly to my Taiwanese co-founders, because they might be from the same school, they might be related to each other, or they speak the same language, they eat the same food, they get drunk together, which I wouldn't. And but on the other hand, like, remember I had my Saturday meetings where, I would ask my co-founders, did you make any private deals? And, they would have to cough up. And because they also get pressured, remember, because, when there's a chip shortage, whoever gets a chip can make $50 per motherboard profit if they just get their hands on the chip during a shortage situation. And, in semiconductor business, it just goes back and forth between shortage and surplus, shortage and surplus. So the thing is that, it's like hundreds of thousands of dollars can flip, you know, essentially. But if I'm running sales, worldwide sales, unless I have that complete data and answers from all my co-founders, if they've been compromised or not, or they made commitments or not, and then we have to work out as a group how to handle this compromise situation, because he may have agreed to give it to one of his Taiwanese classmates' company, an extra supply of chips, which some other company won't get now. Now, like, how do we handle the situation? And so, unless we had that consensus decision of how we're all going to handle it, it would have never worked. So everything comes together, right?
Did you come across a situation where you used the pricing as a strategy to build the brand? So you're, rather than going down on the price, you're increasing a price to further strengthen your brand. Any such?
Instead of
competing by going down on the price,
yeah,
you are going in the reverse pricing, which is increasing your price and building a brand.
Yeah, so we're doing basically premium product strategy, right? We did not do that at the chip company, Opti, but at Selectica we did it, right? At Selectica, we basically, had the world's best configurator, and, we basically pretty much charged the sky once we got established, like $10 million license fees, and selling it only to IBM and GE and things like that. So yes, you can do it, and we've done it. But in general, entrepreneurs rarely have that opportunity, to use premium pricing, just because they've got so many other problems to solve in terms of just getting the customer, getting the PO, getting the product out there, getting a reputation built up, that those parameters are more important than making an extra buck. Yeah.
You talk about arriving at a good solid BMC, right? How do you know that you have reached that point? And how do you know that the BMC that you model have drawn is the right one for your business?
Well, to me, like, the BMC is the company business working? Is the business actually working, right? Is really what you're looking for, right? So, and the BMC is basically something that allows you to communicate to your co-founders and your executive team and the whole company as to why this is the approach that we want to go with. So it's a nice tool, actually. It's a tool, but it's in a sense, to me, the BMC is going to be in your mind. It's going to be in your brain all the time, and you're just going to be, what if I increase price a little bit? What if I order a few more chips? Or what if I do spend more at Comdex? If I do more PR? What if I do what if I do a strategic deal with Compaq? What if I do this? You're continuously playing with that. What if I give Compaq 30% of all that I produce? Then I only have 70% left for the rest of the market, but Compaq is going to drive me to the lowest price right from the beginning, because they want million unit pricing from day one, while from Taiwan you can get to 5,000 unit pricing, which is 2x the profitability. So there are so many decisions that are continuously what ifing in your mind, but you use that to make your decision, but you also use that to communicate objectively why this is a rational decision that you're making. Convincing your inside company that your business decisions are rational is even more important than trying to get the business outside, because if the company doesn't buy into why the person who's leading the company is making these decisions, and they start second guessing, it all falls apart. It doesn't, and you see so many companies that fall apart because they just don't have confidence in what the CEO is doing, right? Even big, mature companies have that problem. Yes,
In
Brent.
modeling, we do A/B testing or multivariate testing, right?
Yeah.
So do you recommend doing A/B testing in BMC? So let's say I have two different customer segments and I have two different BMCs. I don't know which one would work better for me.
Yeah, so what I would say is that, ultimately, you just want to get to the right answer. It doesn't matter, and you have to use whatever tool you can. If A/B testing you think is the way to get it, use that. But, in my opinion, you should be familiar with all the tools you can in order to understand how to validate a hypothesis. As an entrepreneur, you'll have a lot of hypotheses. Oh, this thing should work, that thing should work, or whatever. But how to validate it most efficiently, most quickly, and with as much confidence as possible. That is your job. Your job is to, understand all the tools at hand. Sometimes it's like, the sales guy is saying this, the marketing guy is saying this, the VP of engineering is saying this, but I know I can call this person, and whatever he says has always worked out for me. You might have your one person in the whole industry who might be like a director of IT or director of engineering at Compaq or Qualcomm or whatever, that you completely trust, that the guy has his thumb on the pulse of the industry and everything. You make that final call and get the answer. So, the answer can come from anywhere. But the thing is that, you got to know all your tools of how to come to your answer. That's what it's all about.
It's also partly the culture. I'm told there are meetings in Google. I'm not working at Google. Where unless it is validated by data, no decision. So if you build a culture which is grounded on quantitative things, then all your decisions will have a quantitative value.
Yeah. Now, on the other hand, Larry and Bryn make only intuitive decisions, right? Otherwise, how would you do all this great stuff that they've done? There's no data for any of the great stuff that they've done, in my opinion.
Some of the startups, usually the ones with less cash in their hand, they are usually driven by money than strategy.
Yeah.
For
Totally.
example, you could have had a strategy that I will sell only to forest manufacturers, and when you sell them and you have something unique and powerful, very well HP or Compaq would come to you or Intel that, hey, sell us your technology too, and you might have sold them too. So sometimes, these money-hungry startups who are just trying to get money to have a longer runway, they don't take strategic decisions, they don't negotiate right with VCs. So how do we avoid such pitfalls, because money is the bloodline of startups?
Yeah. So I think, and you don't ever want to forget that money is the bloodline.
Yeah,
You never want to forget that, the number one driver of decisions in the company is money. And so many decisions, are strategically not the best decisions, but money is the reason why you did it. And you sometimes have to live with the consequences of that. And, the key is that, that I've found is that, at any point in time, there are many, it's a multi-solution problem. Running a business is a multi-solution, multivariate problem. So don't think that there's only one solution to any problem, to any problem, you know, product problem, pricing problem, competition problem. There's not a one solution thing. There's many solutions. And, you know, the beauty of starting an entrepreneurial organization and doing business is that, you know, you are going to get a chance to try all these solutions and really become an expert at playing the game, right? You become a expert and professional at playing the game. And, you know, that's going to make the difference between how your company does versus somebody else's company, right? So that's, you know, but let's kind of continue on, otherwise we're going to be stuck on this slide. So, you know, I think we've talked about almost all of this. I think the only thing I had not talked about is money, because, you know, we all talked about money, because the biggest problem that we had with the shipping any chips to American companies or European companies is that their accounts payable is between 30 to 60 days. And you go to Olivetti, it's like 90 days or 120 days. Or Italy, forget it. Just forget it. Doing business in Italy and India, you'll never get any money from India. So India, it's like infinite. No, you'll never get paid, including Reliance, because I've done business with Reliance. So Reliance will pay you only when they want the next shipment. Otherwise, if it is the last shipment, you'll never get paid for the last shipment. So just don't waste your time trying to collect. But the point is that you got to know the culture of who you're doing business with. You know, you got to know the culture of who you're doing business with. So essentially, you know, we all know that the Chinese had a very bad reputation of payments. Like all Far East companies and businessmen have a very terrible reputation with you know, money payment. Right? It's just fact of life, right? There's nothing. I'm not being racist or anything. I'm just saying that's just a fact of life. And guess what? The Taiwan government recognized that. How brilliant is that? The Taiwan government realized that their own country's manufacturers have got no credibility for being honorable and credible in making payments. So the Taiwan government knew that, you know, to make an iPhone or make a Android phone, the bill of material of this Android phone is probably around $300, right? Right? And most of that $300 comes as imported chips, right? The screen comes from Corning, the chip comes from ARM or from Samsung or wherever. $300 worth of BOM has to come from abroad, right? And even if one component doesn't come because people don't trust a manufacturer, he cannot make this $300 item on which the Taiwanese assembly cost is probably about $15 and his profit is another $15 or maybe $10. So to make $10 of profit, he's got to have about 50 companies who trust shipping 10,000 miles away to some company and sitting in a small factory, $300 worth of chips, $300 worth of components. You guys see the situation? You understand, you know, to make $10 or $15 of profit, how much trust is required? And Taiwanese government realized that. So what the Taiwan government did is that it created the LC system, letter of credit system. And then they created a bank called Bank of Communications, which is a Taiwan government bank. Because the Taiwan government has got almost $200 billion of foreign reserves. So they got enough cash. It's the only cash that is there in the country, and they got it all. The government has got it all. So they decided to use that cash to keep that manufacturing engine running. But to keep that manufacturing engine running and keep the assembly lines running, they had to get $300 per this. And if Taiwan makes, if any manufacturer makes 1 million phones per year, that's a $15 million profit, right? But for which he needs to import $300 million worth of components, the BOM, and then ship it out in 2 weeks after making it, to make $15 million of profit, which Taiwan government knows that no manufacturer is going to have that. You know, Acer might have it, but Acer might want to make 100 million units or 50 million units. So even Acer doesn't have the $50 billion that's needed to support, you know, because they're trying to participate in this worldwide supply chain of manufacturing. So basically, the Taiwan government has $200 billion of foreign reserves. So they decided to put it to action to help the manufacturing companies participate in the global supply chain of making phones and PCs and all the electronic gadgets that we see around here, right? All made in Taiwan stuff. So what they did is they created the LC system, where their bank of communications will go ahead and for importing foreign products against to assemble anything, the bank of communications gives an open LC to the manufacturer. And then the manufacturer can ship that letter of credit to the 50 companies that are going to ship the $300 million worth of components to Taiwan to make those million smartphones. And that LC, it comes in like a fax. Just comes into the fax machine. The minute you get that LC, Taiwan government has set up bank of communication branches in all the major cities of the world. You can take that piece of paper, walk into that bank, even without shipping a single chip to Taiwan or a single screen to Taiwan. They'll cash out 85%. So before I even ship a single chip, I was getting 85% of my chip.
You get advance.
And then the minute I ship it and I get a confirmation from the manufacturer that he received the chip, Bank of Communications will give me the remaining 15%. Huh? Yeah, because it's good to sell it because he'll buy more next time. But the point is that, you know, because of that, guess what? Taiwan manufacturers now have the ability to compete and participate. Why compete? Just participate in the iPhone assembly or the phone assembly business, in the PC manufacturing business, and so on. But the great thing that they did is that they allowed everybody in the world to ship product to Taiwan and to be happy shipping product to Taiwan. Now, would I rather ship it to Compaq, who's going to pay me in 65 days, 60 days, or ship it to somebody where even before I ship the chip, I get 85% of the money? Who will I ship to? Tell me. And that's the reason why Taiwan became the manufacturing powerhouse of the world. That's the reason. Like every other country doesn't trust their own manufacturers and to go ahead and you know, make the products and then, you know, ship it out and so on. But if without handling the cash flow situation, Taiwan would have never become the manufacturing powerhouse it became in the whole world, right? And that's how, you know, I was telling some people in India that I hope somebody in Modi's government understands that if they want to make India a powerhouse in manufacturing, they have to learn, how to handle these kinds of problems. Would anybody ship $300 million worth of components to an Indian company?
That was my next question.
Would they be willing to ship $300 million where it's a $15 million profit at the end of the run in India? And so can India ever participate in the global supply chain for making any of these electronic goods? Can we be a manufacturing powerhouse ever? If you right now, India is regarded as being the 146th most difficult country to do manufacturing business in the world. There are only 40 other countries behind us. What is our chance?
Modi might change that.
He has to change it. There's no hope otherwise.
What's the collection efficiency of the Taiwanese government on the loans that they are giving out to these companies? What's the ratio that you found?
I can tell you that the fact that they have $200 billion of foreign reserves and it's growing, it must be fantastic. Must be fantastic.
They take a very heavy collateral.
Well, they have some other.
No, the collateral is I'll break your legs. Very simple. The collateral is, no other collateral is needed. It's a small country. They know who you are. You ain't going anywhere. So it's like they can't disappear somewhere in India, So basically, they are in the manufacturing business. What are they going to do? They've got to, go and get the contracts from, Apple and all these US companies and go ahead and they did that in semiconductors. They did that in this thing, phones. They did that in disk drive. They did that in industry after industry, because once you've solved the financial cash flow situation, how complex is the manufacturing assembly technology to make this versus a disk drive or anything else, tape drive or radio or TV or whatever. It's the same thing. There is no, but the point is, it put all of Taiwan to work, right? Every woman, every girl, every guy, everybody's working, and they're working night and day, and they're doing, they're flying everywhere and doing business with the salespeople, sales business, marketing business, and then they can even start thinking of how to do vertical integration, backwards, forwards, horizontal integration, like all of these companies, like some of the companies that we were dealing with, like Asus. Asus was 3 or 4 engineers who had jumped out of Acer to just take a motherboard. They were one of our early customers, and they were very bright engineers. You know what the sales of Asus is today? Can anybody guess? 22 billion last year. 22 billion in revenue. And here's 3 or 4 Taiwanese guys who jumped out of Acer in 1980. 1991 or 92, when we were running Opti. They jumped out of Acer. And 20 years later, it's a $22 billion revenue company. You can imagine. And the same thing is true for so many other companies. They're not the exception, they're the rule, actually. So the point is that, you as an entrepreneur, you have to be like all our competitors were running around trying to get VC money. Here we got LC money. Which would you rather have, VC money or LC money? LC is better. It's business. You're getting branding at the same time. People are using your product at the same time. It's a repeatable phenomena. You don't have these people on your board. So many benefits to having LC money or business generating cash flow rather than venture capitalists trying to fund your company. Yeah.
You are doing a marketing plan thing at one point in time.
Yeah.
At what point of time do you feel like that separated?
Yeah. So as time went on, I started hiring more salespeople. And then we attacked the U.S. market, and European market, and so we had. It's just a part of growing. We had to hundreds of employees we had, and you just end up with organizations similar to it. But the main thing is that we did all those 8 things that I talked about in the beginning, so that the company stayed fairly cohesive and together and so on for 4 or 5 years, and that's what allowed us to become a public company and grow and all that good stuff. Right? Yeah.
So, yeah, having the payment in time or in advance is a good thing. But what about, let's say, I'm getting 10 times more business from Dell? I'll be okay with waiting for 60 days.
Absolutely. And after the 3rd or 4th year, we bought the test machines, we hired the engineers, etc., to write the test things and did all the testing and so on, so that when we launched a new chipset, by the 4th year or so, it was easier to sell to Compaq and IBM and get, a 1 million unit order from day one, right? And that gives you branding too. And when Compaq uses your chips, the Far East will also use your chips. They also have to use your chips. So you kind of, at some point, you cannot leave the big companies to your competition. So ultimately, you have to take that market also. But because I became successful in the Far East, guess who called me one day? Michael Dell called me. And he said, what is this Opti chip? Nobody's buying my Dell computers anymore. We need to have, everybody is off. All the motherboard manufacturers are coming and say that, we want to build Dell PCs with Opti chips. And what is this Opti chip anymore? So when he called me, then I said, okay, now I'll send a sales guy in. But it's easier to go in to these big companies when the CEO invites you in, right? And that's how we got Dell, and then Compaq. And if Dell comes, obviously Compaq will come, and IBM will come. So that's how we took the whole market, top to down, top to bottom. Yeah. Anyway, so that's basically an example of how you can use just a whole gamut of marketing tools and strategies. That can be, you can use money, you can use pricing, you can use positioning, you can do PR, you can do branding, you can use every tool in order to succeed in your marketplace. And when you build a company over a few years, as you get momentum between the executive team and the people that you hire, that's what you're looking for. You're looking for marketing people that are comfortable with, all the ways to play the game. They should understand technology. They can't be a pure PR person. They can't be a pure branding person. They can't be a pure, collateral person. They cannot be. So you get a lot of specialists, but, you cannot take a specialist and make him your VP of marketing. Otherwise, he's going to kill your company. You just do the prettiest brochures, but won't know how to execute and do the things that will help your salespeople bring one deal in, right? So you have to really know how to, what kind of a VP of marketing you want, who can, play the entire game, right? So that is what you're looking for, and that's something that you have to do. So let's kind of move to some enterprise software. Here also, we were 5 years late. We had great technology here. We had the best technology, but we were really late in the market. But in 5 years, we just became number 1 in the world in this technology, and we replaced all our competition. We started signing $10 million license deals because we were the best in the world for large-scale configurations. We had 800 employees, and we finally went public for $5 billion, raised $230 million, and so on. So basically, like, here, we play the game on many fronts. Go ahead.
What do you recommend for a startup in marketing, for example, right? There are so many kinds of marketing. There's SEO, there's SMO, there's Facebook marketing, Twitter marketing, right? So unlimited number of marketing.
Yeah,
So
many
do you
channels.
recommend hiring someone who understands multiple marketing channels while he cannot really do each of them well? Or would you recommend a startup to go and hire specialists in each of those categories, even though they are an outside consultant?
Well, the conclusion I've come to is that in marketing, you want the best talent on an outsourced basis, right? Because if you're very lucky, you might find a VP of marketing that knows it all and it's like the guru and so on, and he's your co-founder and so on. And if that happens, wonderful, that's great. But for most people, that's not going to happen. So for most people, it's better for you as the CEO to understand, what you're looking for, and then find on an outsourced basis the best talent for everything, right? So because in today's world, that's the beauty of it. You can get the best talent on outsourced basis for pretty much every marketing thing that you want to get done. Like, we use 99 Designs, right? And in 99 Designs, you can find the best graphics artist who's good for your specific product type, right? For your category. But if you thought that, you're a marketing guy and you do want to, because with marketing, in my opinion, you don't get multiple shots. You get that one shot and you've got to hit it with that ad. It's got to make the point, or that SEO thing, you've got to make the point, or, otherwise you can, your VP of marketing can make so many excuses why you spend the money and you got no results that you'll go broke, because, and you don't want VPs of marketing that are making excuses as to why he's doing a great job, but there's no sales coming in. And that is the commonest complaint that CEOs face. Anybody has experience of that?
Yeah. Especially in bigger companies, there is so much blame game.
Exactly.
Why things didn't work.
Exactly.
Technically, every piece they were never pulling in one direction to begin with.
What happens is that there is no real insight as to the connection between marketing and sales, marketing and the order. There's no connection. There's no insight. So the marketing guy thinks that, he needs to create a certain brand, red color shows emotion for the product or whatever. But that may not bring in the order for the sales guy. It's a waste. So he'll color everything red. The building will be red, the station will be red, the business cards will be red, everything, but, he doesn't get a single order in. And, he'll have 1,000. In marketing, you can justify anything, because nobody else is supposed to understand what, customer sensitivity is and the importance of, emotional connection and all that. It's a very qualitative thing. So there's so many bullshit artists there, in my opinion. Too much marketing is full of, like, salespeople, poor guys get caught, In 3 months, the order doesn't come in. He can say he's the greatest sales guy, but his numbers, if he doesn't bring in the numbers, he's toast. Marketing guys are very hard to catch.
Look at marketing in particularly early stage. What are some 3 KPIs that you put in place that we have a dashboard of am I marketing guys performing what they're supposed to do?
Yeah, so if I were you guys, I would put my marketing guy on the road. For the first few months after hiring him, I don't want him sitting in the office trying to imagine how to do marketing for your product and trying to understand the features of the product and read analyst reports and all that. I don't want him to do any of that stuff. I want to hire a person with 5-10 years of good reputation, no matter, as a marketing person, and then put him on the road, seeing real customers, real competition, real hands-on feeling. And that's what marketing guys hate to do. That's why they became marketing rather than sales. And you're saying that, no, I want you on the road for 2 months. But that's where he's going to get that real on the ground understanding of what business you are in and what business your product is supposed to win, right? So, and then once he's grounded, then he's got 10 years of talent and Harvard MBA and all that good stuff to be able to apply. So people, before they get grounded in your business, they want to tell you about, how to market your product. And that's what, I think is the strategic mistake that a lot of people get blown away by those Harvard MBAs, especially, founders, CEOs, entrepreneurs. They treat them like he's going to solve all their problems, and they just get so screwed. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a what an MBA, but that shouldn't dissuade you from accepting accounts. I want to. That's a great question you asked, and I had a personal experience having done all kinds of marketing, product management, Cisco, Juniper, a couple of startups, etc. Startup versus venture company is very different. And for a startup, you need a marketing person who is well grounded in principles. This is a myth, right? All these techniques are different ways, but they are not fundamentally changing the principles you might learn in class or read in Philip Kotler or read in the paper.
Yeah.
So there are certain things that people coming from a bigger company don't know. Right? I knew SEO, but I had never done it. Right? So the first 2 days I blew away $500 with Google AdWords, but it was worth it. I learned. But I cut my losses right there. So you may know the theory, but there's a big gulf between knowing and doing, and there's even a book called Knowing, Doing Gap. So for startup, you need a marketing person who has no ego. You won't believe, my wife chided me for one of my stints in the startup because I had a big team and all that in my other companies. Right? I go to the startup, I'm assembling the demonstration, right? I'm carrying it to the VMworld show. It's not easy. You have teams doing it, right? You are doing interviews on TV, this and that, you need to hire a person who's willing to roll up the sleeves and do it. And when the banner was set up, not a single engineer helped, even though it was a startup, because the engineering people felt they had to meet their milestones. You have to do all kinds. Second, you need a founding team that understands the principles. So I gave comments within my first week, but those were really grounded in principles like be focused. Like they were trying to go to Japan without having one in US or Europe. Right? To me, that's a no-no. You don't need to study your customers for 3 months to make that comment because you have to localize the software, your channel is different, your partner is different. So some principles carry over.
Yep.
The techniques, all the tweeting, then all the social media marketing, mature companies, they don't carry over to the smaller companies. Then the third comment I would make for your company is you need a marketing person who is curious about technology and is willing to play with the product. And otherwise, the marketing techniques they give is wrong. And for me, the other lesson was the product in the startup was Elastic Box and cloud orchestration. Going from B2B to developers was a big change for me. The language is different. Nobody believes in messaging. It's all treated as BS. Right? You have to go to the Java, Node.js, MongoDB, all these language vocabulary, everything changed. So don't hire someone who has done B2B marketing if you're going after developers, and vice versa also. And the last comment, and then I'll stop, is you need a founding team that is willing to listen. Now, what I found, Raj, was the founders were so much busy making the decisions between themselves that they never brought in seasoned people that they so-called hired into the inside circle, which is why I left and started my own company. I was never part of the inside company making decisions. It was so strategic for the company that you then reach a point where you say that, hey, all the fundamentals are violated, so I'll leave. Don't let that.
Can we take a short break?
Sure. Yeah, why don't we do that? It's almost 2 hours. Yeah. Okay, so let's just make it until 9:15, 10 minutes. And let's just reinforce some chai and. Huh?
You are talking to us. Desperately, like, because we are struggling so much with
My father.
It can be a magic. Or it can be a because
Brother,
there's one thing that they know,
my dad's brother.
you had the feeling.
Okay. That's like from all sides.
No, but I like you, I want to get a mentor, and I don't know what.
On and on.
Like to work with you, you can help me or identify the right person would be.
I was supposed to become
I don't know. Right, exactly.
got married. Maybe he doesn't get it. I was just like, why did you go? Very awesome.
Humbling. My wife is like, why they have the giant startup.
No, that is so important.
And doing it okay.
That's why it's marketing and then
I have a lot of intellectual but I think we all have some intellectual and integrity, ego, pick your word.
society, whatever.
Let people.
It's like
You start wondering what they are.
but very important.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly.
You have to do this. You have to do marketing. You have to do sales. You have to do negotiations. You have to do money as.
In fact, I would have loved to do it earlier. I already committed.
I'm just starting, I mean, it's still in the concept phase, so very, very early. I'll message you then.
I was partly from the senior correct? That's what I learned about Big Bang theory. There's a cultural gap. Even though I knew all the things, very fast. I found Monday developers. I started taking media. I started talking to
Is what kind of okay, so we can meet at Court side. What side of Winchester? And 85 Court a big club. So we can meet at big club.
like, hey, what I used to do was say before you come, it's appropriate. I would say take a look at the website. How to use it. Give some mini assignment like this. They'll come and they'll give you. Sometimes they will really accept it.
And 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock break.
I learned a lot about
Sure. Yeah, it's a big club, 2 p.m.
And I talk to the person to know so you suddenly know what doesn't work. So you make use of that.
Okay.
There is merit to some of the shares. What problem are you solving? Who is the customer? Who is the on the technical side? My sequence is simple. Where do they go? How do they make it? Once you figure that out, then you have these radical things.
217.
Okay. The tactics you can have, that is not very hard. For example, whether you go to Taiwan or of course, and we also
When my mama.
although
Two days down the line, he's
experiments.
November 14 was.
When we are early started, there's no brand.
I mean, I knew that you are in semiconductor. He's backside and I'm. My background was pretty much similar to you. Yeah, he was also product manager. Alliance Semiconductor, Synaptics, and then started his own company.
But
Brilliant guy.
what I found was what really bothered me
And his wife is doing
sign up.
yeah. The kids are doing good as well.
And you know,
After he died. Yeah, both the kids went to Harvard and the older one is UCSF and the younger one is LinkedIn, younger one. Older one is doctor. I just thought, yeah, you must be new because same background and same industry. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. This means relevant because of course. The art does not person knowing how to see and how to modulate what I say. Because I learned when I first product management, my engineering started. You can once more have the skill of
But more important is the personality for the person.
So in some sense, he's saying, don't teach me architecture, you go do your job, right? So you learn all these and you motivate you to say, even if I come up with architecture, I always get the credit back to the engineering. So the engineering never felt threatened. So, like, I have your architecture. And product management, that way the worst, because your job is to always give time, never take it. Hey, great job, sales guy, great job, engineering, great job, customer support. Right? Nobody is saying great job, but for managers, you cannot do your own. You do that. Product management is good training from the leader of the brand. Logo, supply chain, collateral, have collateral, not have collateral, collateral, 10 by 10 I am not looking for I actually do product management so expensive. I'm taking really product. How much time is away? No hesitation saying, at least I am trying to embody that concept.
It was almost like talking to me because I want to read close to my mind.
That was natural. There's logic. Information modularize this way. It's a driver from a chip. Scanning which current, how to create the. You're not even thinking what it means. Manipulation. Whereas product, I will tell you, concept
Because it's how you manage them. For me,
and people actually tell me, why every engineer can
take that rest. Thank you.
you find that you got a great product. Oh, you got a really good marketing. But by the way, I actually see Microsoft.
I can bring a laptop and show you.
No, we can check here. But here's here. It's all here. Did you click on Entrepreneurship 101?
Yeah. I'll grab it once.
Hi.
So I have a question. How do you generate business ideas? I find it the hardest. Just the idea. Startup.
How to start?
No, not how to start. What to start.
What company to start?
The idea. I've been grappling with that, and I've so far come up with the last 3 months around 20 those ideas. Yeah, pretty much all of them somebody has started.
That important. What is more important is, does the startup idea have the nice market?
No, that is correct. Pretty much all of these, what I've seen
But
is.
you don't want to do it.
No, correct. But how do you do that? What's the process? Is there getting a business idea?
Well, to get a completely new idea, there aren't any such thing. That's not the idea. The whole goal is not to come up with a completely new idea. The whole goal is to come up with the idea which will give you some kind of segment or competitive advantage in the segment. And then you succeed in that one little thing. Because you've got that one little language. And you succeed in the next. But then second niche is generally easier than the first. So I would say that, don't try to solve your own problems, just find a mission. Find a small mission possible where you can solve it.
I wrote that comment, but I had posted some of my homework last night, and then I had made some updates to my chart. And so once you post on there, you can't take it off and put a new version or anything, right? It's once it. I don't think so. I think once it's on there, it's on there. So I don't see any feature to take it off.
No, but you can post it again.
No,
You're not given the select button anymore.
you're not giving the select button anymore. Once you post something on there, you're not giving the select button anymore.
Send me an email.
So maybe I can just send you an email with an attachment of the new version.
Send me an email.
Okay. Thank you.
No, you don't press this button. Thanks for pointing out. I can change that in a second. Oh, change it right now. No, I didn't take it. Okay, go for it. Try again.
It's loading. Very good. Thank
See,
you.
that's the beauty of cloud. I just had to change the end date.
So, a couple of things. One is I uploaded multiple files. I'm going to consolidate them in one file. And in case it doesn't work, you can get it.
It's there in the course. Under my profile.
Yeah, it goes to net cash or something.
No, go to my.
Oh, okay. Very good. Thank you very much.
Okay, great.
Maybe we can come back up there. Now we're working on public school teachers, and hypothesis that we started off with, some validation. Suddenly, with Common Core, there's a lot of options set up. We are kind of confused whether this hypothesis is really right or if we go and test another one. So, wanted to get some advice. Medium type of.
Best thing is, we can do it before class is best. I can come here at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, or whatever. Next Wednesday.
Okay.
You just show up and do it.
Okay.
Have spaces.
Yes.
But just send me an email.
Okay. So you see our homework.
Oh,
Identical or collaborative in some way.
okay.
Awesome. Next week I'll come. Thank you.
Okay, great. Hey. Of the BMC. Yeah, BMC, sure. Okay, guys, let's get started. We only got about half an hour, so. Okay, so I want to just spend about 10 minutes or so addressing one of the early questions that we had, which is how do you find, that person or persons who can really guide your company, right? And, that's, and it's more of an art rather than a science. I don't think there's much of a business process by which you can find it, but, you can find these people. So I'll tell you, how I found it for some of my companies. So if you look at Dino, we were kind of late to the market, and we tried, doing all kinds of different online video streaming. It's a big opportunity and a lot of a huge market, but it's a very difficult market to make a business in because there's YouTube there with who's taken over one chunk of the marketplace, one big swath of the marketplace. There are a lot of existing suppliers in the marketplace that companies in the marketplace that had taken over other chunks of the marketplace. So we kept on trying different things. We said, okay, how about Justin TV thing? And so kind of thing where individuals broadcast their things or games or whatever, and then we did not see too much traction there. Then we tried something else, and finally what happened is that for 2-3 years we were just trying different things, and then suddenly this Malayali guy calls me from Cochin on a Saturday, and he says, obviously we had everything online, so he had tried it out and he really liked the quality and everything else about the platform. And he said, I'd like to use your platform to stream TV channels to thousands of Malayalis all over the world. Now, nobody had approached us for something like this. And, so he said that I've been doing it with a custom company called New Lion, but, they were a New York company. He was charging him too much money. They were not friendly, and they were supporting him properly. So he was looking for alternative, and so Christopher John calls me up from Cochin, and he was even willing to pay $5 for every Malayali subscriber, and to find a real customer where his consumer might pay him $15 or $20, and he's willing to give me $5, where for every consumer, right? So all of a sudden, it's like the daylight went out, light bulb went off on my head. Said if this can happen for Malayali, then there are also Telugu, there are also Punjabis, there are also Middle Eastern people and Turkish people and Serbians and Bosnians, and maybe there is a market opportunity here, huge market opportunity, because supposedly there are several hundred million ethnic diaspora in the world between Nigerians here and all kinds of people, right? So over 100 million, and if I can become really good in this market segment, and so this guy, and so the very next day I go to my company and say, okay, we're changing the whole business model of the company. We're we're going to go into the online TV streaming business for ethnic markets, and essentially had the rapport with the team that they got the vision, just because in a startup, you're all struggling together to find a successful vision for the company, right? So by finding this Christopher John, essentially, I found the market segment, and because he had worked with my competition, Lion, who had got a billing system in place, who had got a registration system in place, who had got a anti-piracy system in place, who had got security, all of that was done. And essentially, John Christopher became my partner for giving me information about the whole, how to extend my video streaming platform with the billing system and with the customer registration system and with the technical support system and all that stuff, right? So there's an example of how, you have to recognize when an opportunity falls in your hand. And, basically in 2-3 months, my engineers whipped out everything else. And in the next 6 months, we had bagged 600 worldwide TV channels. And we were really ramping up our business, and we're struggling for revenue. We were already beginning to hit $50,000-$100,000 a month on revenue, with the streaming. So the thing is that it's one example where a customer can actually become the person who kind of gives you all the information you need in order to build the total solution that you can then expand to all the other markets, expand it to the whole market. So that's one example. For Selectica, just to give you an example, we had the best configuration engine, but we could not find any takers for our configuration engine. And finally, knocked the doors on Siemens, right here. And when Siemens had that entire space, what is that street? But yeah, they had that entire space here. Huh? Ironside, exactly. He's an old guy like me. so old Ironside, exactly. That entire strip was Siemens. And so I knocked the door, and there's this 65-year-old German CIO, gruff, guy with a thick German accent. And, I told him that, we have the world's best configurator because, I had this PhD from Xerox PARC who had designed this AI-based configurator. So he said, okay, come in, show it to me. And after showing it to him, he was impressed with the configurator, but he said, I'll never give you the business. I said, why? This is the best configurator. Nobody's got a better configurator. He said that, this configurator, to use this configurator, I'm going to need programmers to model my switches and routers and everything else in order to feed it into the configurator. I don't have programmers to do that kind of stuff. So I said, what do you need? I said, there needs to be something called a model builder. And the model builder will allow you to go ahead and set up the parameters, and automatically it will generate all the information needed for the configurator to crunch. And so basically I said, in three months, we'll come back to the model builder. And so I came to the company and said, okay, we are not going to be focused on developing the configurator anymore. I want all you engineers to work on getting the model builder done, because without it, it doesn't matter if you're the best configurator, you cannot sell. So 90 days later, engineers, great fast product development team, and we had whipped out a model builder and took it to the German guy who was not expecting me to call him back in 90 days. And I said, look, I have a model builder. And so showed him the model builder and everything. He said, so I'm still not going to buy a product. I said, why not? So he said that, this configurator that you have, you think it's going to work by itself? He said it's got to integrate into my ERP system and my accounting system and everything else. I'm not going to have a configurator that is standing by itself, it all has to feed back and forth automatically. So I said, can you give me the spec and all that So he gave me all of that stuff, but I said, okay, I'll come back in 90 days. So it's great when you have the full spec as to how to integrate into SAP or his entire, all the systems that he has at Siemens. So give us all the specs, took it to the engineers. Okay, we start doing system integration with middleware and everything else. And 90 days later, I call him up and say, okay, now we are fully integrated. Let me show it to you. And so we showed it to him, and he said, no, there's no way. Okay, it works, but I'm not going to give you the business. So when he said that, now it's getting too late, I've got to make up my mind, and I'm going to go ahead and give the business to your competitor, Canada. Yeah, so he gave $1 million order to Canada. I said, but can you tell me why? I said, you wouldn't buy my system. I did a integrated into backend system. I did a model builder. I've got the best configurator. Why won't you give me, he says, I've got no time, so I've got to give it to Canada. So I said, but can you tell me, what else do you need? So he says that, a configurator is supposed to be used by sales guys. It should be easy to use. I cannot have something that is so technical that I need an apps engineer to go with every sales guy to sit down and enter everything that's needed in this thing, right? So I said, okay, can you give me the spec of what a good sales step interface is and what kind of reports he wants and all that stuff? So he gave me all of that. Even though he's giving the order to Calico for $1 million, he's willing to give me all the information. And so he gave me all the information, and I told my engineers, okay, now we are going to make it easy to use and generate easy reports and everything. Because look, this is priceless information, right? Because I'm getting a full-fledged, configurator finally done, which is integrated into ERP systems, and a model builder, has a reporting system, has an easy-to-use interface, and it's got the best configurator on top of that. Right? So we went ahead and put in all the reporting system and said, look, we've done it all, so let me show it to you. So he said, oh, come on in. So we gave him all the demos and everything, and he really liked it, but he said, I've already given the order to Calico, the competition. So I said, do you mind if I just look at the Calico system once so that I can, and he says, no, I've signed NDAs. I cannot let you play with it. So I said, okay, I'll just look at it when your engineer is, using it. So I'm not going to touch the Calico system. So your NDA is not violated. People looking at it is okay. So basically, I took my CTO and I took my apps engineer, and three of us sat down, and then we told the apps engineer, put in all these parameters. And we knew these were difficult conditions. And we knew that, we were one of the few configurators that could handle it, and it obviously fell on its face. And we said, do this. And before, in quick hour and a half, I had 6 fatal problems identified in my competition's configurator, Calico's configurator. So guess what? In less than 12 months, I had taken just raw technology, looking for a solution, to a finished solution with every functionality, and I knew the 6 fatal bugs in my biggest competitor's product. And this Calico had Cisco as a customer, had Siemens as a customer, with everybody as a customer. And I knew the 6 fatal bugs in that product. So, and these opportunities keep coming, right? So the next opportunity that came was that GE Systems, Medical Systems in Milwaukee, where they build these, $10 million MRI systems and all that. So they needed a configurator. So, by this time we had not called on any customer, because I said, what's the point of calling on customers when we have we've got limitations that's not going to let us sell the product even if we have the best configurator. So we've not been in the marketplace for close to 12 months plus. But then this opportunity with GE Medical comes along for another multi-million-dollar deal, right? So we walk in and they say, okay, can you do a pilot? So they looked at all our specs. We filled up the MRP, ERP, or MRP, the RFP, etc. And we had a great product, and now we had everything, so we could answer all the questions properly. And obviously, we made it to the final two, so Calico and Selectica. And Calico was overconfident, right? They said, oh, we have won Siemens, we've got a reference from the CIO, we've got, Selectica has not won a single deal, we've got Cisco, we've got Dell, we've got all these customers. And so basically they walked in and they did the pilot, which was okay. So their stuff did work for pilots and all that. We did the pilot. Ours also worked really well. And then the CIO calls up and says, okay, I've given the deal. I'm going to give the deal to your competition, Calico, because both of you can solve the problem. But they've got references from Cisco, they've got a reference from Dell, they've got a reference from Siemens, and who do you have a reference from? And so I said, look, pilots are quite easy to do. You've seen how we've done a pilot. We've done a beautiful pilot. But your real problem is not going to be solved by the pilot. It's going to be solved when your people use the configurator in the real world. And in the real world, you have to solve these kinds of configuration problems. And why don't you test the competitor's configurator with these 6 situations? Obviously, it fell on its face because those were not easy configuration problems to solve. Configuration technology is quite, tough stuff. And, so basically, that's when we won our first multi-million-dollar deal, right? So you can see that, I picked up the information about how to take just a little core AI technology and build it in a full platform, because I had a product development team. I had an advisor through that Siemens guy who still didn't give me the order, but because I treated him right, relationship-wise and so on, he trusted me and kept feeding me with information. He gave me access to the competitor. And after that, what I did was, after we won the GE deal, I brought my entire sales team, because my sales team had not won a single deal. Because, the competition was killing them every time because of references or inability to integrate with SAP or Oracle or whatever. And this, every which easy to a model builder, whatever it is. And I brought the entire Salesforce together in the company, and I said, look, we won. This is the case study. All these reasons. The product is finally finished. This is the reason we won. And these are the problems with the competitor. And if we ever lose to the competition, to Calico, then it's not the product, but it's you. And I'm going to fire you on the spot. That's basically what I told them. That, you lose only if you're a bad sales guy. Because I'm giving you the world's best product with a reference win at GE and so on. And guess what? After that, we never lost a deal to Calico. And Calico actually went broke after raising $100 million in their IPO in 2 years. They went broke. Because they did not win a single deal after that. And then took on Trilogy, knocked them out. And that's how we got a $5 billion valuation. The $5 billion valuation didn't just happen. It really required us to go ahead and execute how to build an enterprise app. And most small companies have the engineers who can do everything, but they don't have access to the information that will help them do everything. And that's the job of marketing and the CEO or whoever, basically the marketing CEO, whatever, to get that information that is exactly the right thing for the customer to execute on. Yeah.
Might help somebody, kind of.
Well, no. The thing is that, and we're going to do sales next week, and then we're going to do negotiations. So you're asking the right question, because ultimately, you've got to get the information to build your product or your company or your marketing strategy or your sales strategy or your financing or whatever by getting stuff out of people. By reading blogs, you're not going to get it. By reading, you need the blogs to give you general information, but the nuggets are not there. The nuggets that will allow you to, they're having the 50-page or 100-page spec on, SAP ERP integration that's required for, router configurators or the user interface for billing and other systems and so on, reporting systems. They are not there. Nobody writes them. You have to get it from, somebody. And, you're going to have to see when you're in a particular business, they're there, right? I mean, if Siemens has the reporting systems for their sales guys and so on, then so does Cisco, so does every router company or equipment company have it. But you need to build the relationship with the right people that they will share the information with you. First of all, you got to know what you want, but then you got to execute the strategy to get it. And that's all based on personal relationship building and credible, all that stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Ever thought was given to bring such a customer, a potential customer, and there is a conflict of interest
Sure.
to bring on the board or make him an advisor or give some kind of incentive?
Absolutely. You got it 100% right. So, what I would say is that so what I would say is that, the people that can give you the information can come in any shape or form, right? I mean, they can be, in one case, I got it from a potential customer, right? That Malayali guy calling from Cochin, right? In another case, you get it from old Ironside, the next door, the CIO of Siemens. I mean, so the information you can get from many sources, right? So, for example, like, one of the things that, I did not have experience in was pricing for these configurators. So, I was a semi guy, right? And I'm going into enterprise software and I'm trying to sell enterprise software, which is a license deal with services afterwards. And, so our first customer turned out to be SN Communications. Through the board member, we got an introduction into SN Communications. So we go there And then they're willing to take a chance on us. So they said, how much? And came back and we said, what can we price? And we said, 25,000 would be pretty good. And so we quoted 25,000 and he was shocked, the customer. But he said, okay, these companies are willing to do it for 25,000, great. Because the price should have been 250,000. But 25,000 was the biggest number we could think of because we were not in the business of enterprise stuff. So, and we charged 25,000, and then if you only wanted the configurator, that was fine for 25,000. But in the enterprise software world, the product is just the start. Making it usable in their environment, providing all the support and integration and features and customization and everything. Before we knew it, we were spending $250,000 a quarter to take care of his expectations. And he was always unhappy because we were reluctant to keep spending money on a $25,000 deal. And our whole company is supporting this one customer $25,000 deal and not improving our product when, we're just getting sucked dry, right? So basically, had to call him up and say, look, I don't think you'll be able to support your needs anymore. And we refunded his $25,000. He was not happy to take the $25,000 back, but because he lost 1 year in the process. And so it was a horrible, horrible mistake that we made in the beginning, right? So luckily for me, what happened is that Calico ended up firing the VP of sales for sexual harassment. So I said, I hired him immediately. So I said, I need to know, how are you guys selling the product? For what price? How are you selling? What is your strategy? Where's the pipeline? I need all that information. So I hired him instantaneously because he's now looking for a job, right? And, we are also a configurator company. He knows how to sell configurators. So he calls us up. And so I hired him immediately. And, instantly we get a letter from the lawyers saying that, you cannot hire our VP of sales guys. And I said, you guys let him go. So what do you expect him to do? They said that, we're going to file a lawsuit against you because you got intent to steal all our proprietary information, etc. So here, I barely started my company and I'm getting sucked into a lawsuit, which is going to kill us, getting into a lawsuit over this guy. So that's where, you learn negotiations, and your negotiating skills is really the most important thing that will save your company at this point. Because if I get sucked into a lawsuit at this point, I'm finished. Because I don't, it's going to cost me several $100,000 a month just to take care of my own lawyers while they do discovery and this and that and everything. So I just called up I told my lawyer that, look, I don't want you to have a lawyer-to-lawyer meeting. I want to talk directly to the CEO of Calico and resolve it face-to-face. And he said, no, you cannot talk to the CEO of somebody who's trying to file a lawsuit against you. You're going to say things that are going to come back and hurt us, in the lawsuit, etc. By the time we come to the lawsuit, we won't have any money anyway. We're going to go broke. So I said, no, I'm going to talk directly to the, but so the other CEO was first taken aback that, Selectica CEO wants to talk to him, right? But then I said, you can have your lawyer with you, but I don't need my lawyer. I just want to be, I'm a straightforward guy. So I said, what's your problem? You guys let him go. What's your problem? He said, look, he did deals and knows about all the deals with all these 10 companies. And he's going to go and, spoil our name there. And he's going to mess up our deals there and so on. I said, okay, give me a list of those 10 companies, make it 20 companies. Send me that list and I'll send you a letter saying that I will not call on those 20 companies for the next 2 years. Is that good enough for you to pull the lawsuit or pull it? He said, what? Of course he agreed. But there's a lot of other companies besides the 20 companies. And so I ended the lawsuit with one phone call, right? And so basically you got to know how, what is going to be critical to the survival of your company, right? That is what it's all about. Yeah.
You forgot the job that you hired him because there were no women in your
That may be true. Who knows?
So I have a question here. So in case of Selectica, it seems like you had a situation where you have a very solid core product.
Yes.
And you were missing the accessories like model builder.
Yes.
And you found it technique to basically get that information and build it yourself. But it took you about a year or so.
Yes.
I've seen in that situation sometimes people or companies would partner with other accessory builders to come to the market quicker that way.
Yep.
So what's your feedback on this versus that?
Ultimately, that's just an implementation detail. So in some areas, you might go third party, like middleware and so on. In some areas, you might just outsource it. Some areas you might, but that's implementation, and you have to make the right decision from a business standpoint about how you implement. So in some cases, you decide to engineer it in-house. In some cases, you decide to partner. I mean, that's implementation is a complete internal decision. And it's something that, in my opinion, is actually important and has to be done carefully. But it's not. You're not. It's something under your control. All the things that I've been talking about marketing, it's not in your control. See, what engineering does is in engineer's control. It's inside the company, it's under control. Marketing and sales is all outside your control, and yet you got to control it. So that is what makes life a little bit more
The
tricky.
main thing was to get that information. Then whether you do it in-house or make partnership is a secondary decision.
Yeah, and we obviously have to do it right? If sometimes you can spend the money to license it. Sometimes you have to do it yourself and do it over stages because it becomes a IP situation for you. So there are so many considerations related to everything that you do in the company, right? Implementation, there are decisions, options, and you got to know how to take the right decisions. Yeah.
So on the pricing side, what are the key points you have to consider, especially from the software part? I mean, you made a mistake, okay, in the finally you got to put pricing actually. What are the key points?
Yeah, so basically, let's talk about enterprise software, which is a big ticket item, right? And it's got a big license model. And so the key here is, first of all, you got a decision to make about your company. Are you a license company or are you a services company? Right? That's the first decision you make. It's a license company, then you got to charge maximum for the license and, keep the services component to something that, can be outsourced away or can be partnered away or something like that, right? Sometimes you take responsibility, sometimes you let Accenture or Infosys or somebody else do it, right? So, but if you're a services company, you want to try and figure out how to give the product away to get the services business, right? So you really have those kinds of options that you can play with. But in general, what happens is that in enterprise software in particular, it's all relationship selling. It's all relationship selling. There was a time when, $25,000 was too big a number for us. Just to finish that story with that VP of sales guys, he looked at he said, you got to charge at least $250,000. And you won't believe it. In 3 months, he brought in 3 deals worth 300,000 plus each deal. In 3 months, same product, 300,000 plus. All of a sudden, like, we were off and running. We were off and running in 3 months. So for enterprise sales, you have to find the right guy. I could hire other salespeople who don't have sexual harassment case against them, and they would come back with nothing. Now, what do I want? Who should I hire? The guy who can go and bring in the business, right? And, I have to obviously manage him. And 18 months later, I had to let him go for some other reason. but, we had grown past him, right? Yeah.
So all that is great in terms of what legacy software versus license versus services. But in today's world of cloud, where everything is as a service, how do these lessons translate into today's world?
Yeah. So I've just had a really bad lesson with Amazon because I was on the receiving side with Amazon because Amazon makes it so easy to do business with them that it's completely seductive for your engineers to start using Amazon AWS services. It's a totally seductive sell. Like, they provide you the stack, they provide you the servers that you can turn on and off, they give you the reports, they give you everything, and it's completely seductive. So before you know it, your entire platform is integrated into Amazon AWS system. And Amazon is great when you have no business. So if you're just doing testing and engineering and this and that and all that, it's great because, they can get everything working in days, hours, such sophisticated solutions. And then you start selling it. You say, wow, everything is working. Let's start selling it. And once you start selling it, the business for us, basically, I told you, started exploding with the TV business, right? And so when I started hitting $50,000 and $100,000 a year as the Malayali TV and Turkish TV and all those 600 TV channels started ramping, my bills from Amazon started coming in at $250,000. Because, they don't believe in giving you any benefits, and we basically, instead of being happy, we basically got destroyed because essentially you can't stop your business anymore because it's already left the station and it's ramping, right? Your customers are doing the selling and your cost is just going through the roof. And essentially, the only option was to switch and get a second vendor. So we went and got level 3 with, prices that were like 1/5 of Amazon's for volume, streaming, etc. But, those guys make it so hard to do business with them. It's like India providing low-cost manufacturing. Yes, they were the lowest cost unskilled workers, but, you can't get them to do anything. Same thing with level 3. They got these fat pipes that can deliver zillions of terabytes for nothing, but they make it impossible to use them. And it took us a full 4 to 6 months to get them online and get them to start working and to start bringing our cost down. But then you've got a major transition problem because your customers are comfortable with the Amazon, it works, and level 3 works slightly different, and they don't like that behavior change. So consumer markets to switch from one platform to a high volume, lower cost platform is no joke, right? So basically, if you're doing cloud business, just make it so easy that people love to use your product. And then be totally inflexible on volume pricing, and you'll make a killing. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And the
With-
in-app purchases.
Huh?
In-app purchases. You
Yeah.
don't even know what you're buying.
Exactly. Yeah, before you know it, they're adding servers after servers after servers, and oh my God, it's like you're getting hit for everything. Amazon hits you for everything. Data going in, data going out. Level 3 doesn't charge you for data going in. They just charge you for data going out. But Amazon, they're like a billing machine. They bill you for everything. Even if you use a byte of something, they bill you for it.
Their profits are not much.
No, they're not much because no, they're not much because for some customers like Netflix and for Dropbox and for a few other big monster customers, they have negotiated like level 3 and others. So they've got razor thin margins. It's a commodity business. This whole stuff, cloud stuff, is commodity once you get to a certain size, right? I mean, once they saw the business moving away to level 3, they also started becoming flexible. But for me, it was too late, and that's why I had to shut Dino down. Yeah.
So you talked about enterprise customers is very relationship based.
Yes.
And when you were talking about the GE example where you won the deal on the technology and the configurator being more technically powerful at that time, and you had no references. At that time, I was thinking this is very rare that you get a call that you are going to lose because usually they don't even tell you because they have such a strong relationship with the sales or VP of sales from Calico. Or
Yeah. So
CEO.
yeah, but basically, look, we were doing a fly off. So we had done a pilot. They'd given us all the specs. We had put in 2 months of engineering to do the pilot. So it's not that they were just going to blow us off. They just had the courtesy to tell us that they're giving the deal to the other company. And so at that time is your most important sales call, because that's when you got to turn around somebody who's already made up his mind. And how do you prepare for that sales meeting is very important. How do you prepare to take somebody who's already made his decision that he's going this way and to get him to finally go your way, right? So that is selling, and hopefully we'll learn some of that next week. Yeah, how to get people to change their mind and do the real selling. Selling starts after you've lost the business. You know that, right? That's when really selling starts. After you lost the business, that's when you have to start selling, right? Okay, so I think we've covered all of this, and the last thing I wanted to cover was viral marketing, but I think we are out of time. So you've got the slides. I think everybody understands there's about 40 slides or so on viral marketing. It's not very difficult stuff to read. I think this valley is full of viral marketing, case studies on Dropbox, Facebook, LinkedIn. So I'd just like you to read the presentations on viral marketing, and then answer the problems, which is take any of these 4 companies, take one company, and just examine and study their what have they put in their product that generates viral marketing, right? And then try to figure out how they measure their viral marketing, because that's going to be your best way to learn, by actually doing some searches on the internet about how. There's probably 20 articles that will come up if you say, how does Facebook do viral marketing? How does Dropbox do viral marketing? You can get all the answers, but you have to figure out your own answer, right? So do that, and then think of what technique you could use for yourself. And then question 3 is also right here. I think we've covered most of this stuff about what entrepreneurs do that is different than what corporate employees do. And so try to apply that to 3 companies that we've talked about. Okay, it's been a long 3 hours. Hope it's been useful. Good. Okay, thanks.
I was just curious when you went to GE,
Yeah.
why didn't you directly tell them these are the 6 things